Chapter 1864. What a powerful aura! Lin Feng was shocked when he sensed the golden giant's aura. The giant's aura made his hair stand on end. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence this giant was. You've left us with only 3 years of lifespan. You must die today. You must die today. The three of them roared angrily. His eyes were filled with endless hatred and resentment. They had lost tens of millions of years of lifespan. Their bodies had suffered great injuries. Ordinary elixirs that could increase their lifespan had little effect on their bodies. Only by breaking through their current cultivation base could they go against the heavens and seize their lives. Their bodies were injured, and they only had 3 years of lifespan left. Breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The three of them knew what their future would be like. Therefore, they only had one thought now, and that was to kill Lin Feng. Ma Rong cursed bitterly. Supreme Giant has been tempered by the supreme immortal artifact of our zenith immortal sect and integrated with the power of an immortal law. Little bastard, you're dead today. No one in this world can save you. This golden giant was obviously the supreme giant that Ma Rong had mentioned. Its huge body and powerful aura were indeed suffocating. Boom! Supreme Giant unleashed its might and punched out. The primordial dragonesque elephant's primordial spirit attacked Supreme Giant. Bang, bang, bang. The two behemoths fought fiercely, causing the void to collapse. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was terrifying to the extreme. After 36 consecutive rounds, the primordial dragonesque elephant's primordial spirit could no longer hold on. Lin Feng took out the 9 demons painting, the heaven-devouring jar, and the zenith sword tomb and attacked Supreme Giant together. Whoosh! Supreme Giant suddenly opened its mouth. It sucked in a huge mouthful. Suddenly, a powerful devouring force surged. It wanted to devour all 3 of Lin Feng's treasures. So powerful! Lin Feng was horrified. As expected of a puppet that Mo Fei, Wan Tianen, and Ma Rong had burned 30 million years of their lifespan to activate. It was too powerful. Lin Feng quickly recalled his 3 treasures and rushed into the distance. You can't escape. Chase after them. The 3 of them jumped onto the Zenith Giant's shoulders. Then, the Zenith Giant's enormous body began to run rapidly through the void. Every time he ran, the void was trembling violently. One fled while the other chased. 3 days and 3 nights passed. However, Lin Feng was still unable to dodge the Supreme Giant. Normally, the energy of a miniature puppet would be depleted in a short period of time. Then, the power dissipated. However, that was not the case for this Supreme Giant. It was incomparably strange. The speed showed no signs of slowing down, which made Lin Feng very puzzled. Mo Fei said with a sinister smile, "Little bastard, no matter how you run, you won't be able to escape. Once the Supreme Giant awakens, the immortal law power in his body will be able to continuously absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish his body. With the passage of time, not only will the Supreme Giant's strength not decrease, it will instead become stronger and stronger." Wan Tianen grinned. "When we catch you, we won't let you die so easily. We'll torture you. I will make you wish you were dead. Then, we'll watch you beg us to kill you like a dog." Ma Rong cursed bitterly. "Finally, we'll cut off the flesh on your body piece by piece. Then we'll pull out your soul and throw it into the 9 nether purgatory. We'll make you suffer for all eternity." Lin Feng sneered. "The 3 of you only have 9 years of lifespan left. Hurry up and think of a way to raise your cultivation. You're actually chasing after me without letting go. There must be something wrong with your head." After making fun of the 3 of them, Lin Feng continued, "But with your natural abilities, It's impossible for you to become stronger in 3 years. Do you want to break through to the next cultivation level? Do you want to give up now? Little bastard, you've caused us to be so miserable. You're still making sarcastic remarks here. When we catch you, let's see if you still have the same courage as now. The three of them kept cursing Lin Feng. The Supreme Giant's speed became faster and faster. Lin Feng also increased his speed, wanting to get rid of the Supreme Giant as soon as possible. 5 days later, Lin Feng saw an ancient ship sailing on the sea. The ancient ship wasn't big, only a dozen meters long. A woman stood at the bow, holding a jade flute in her hand. The melodious sound of the flute could be heard. It's her. When he saw the woman, Lin Feng was slightly shocked. This woman was actually the mysterious woman who had crossed the sea of lightning with him on the Smoking Pipe's ancient ship. This woman. Lin Feng had a deep impression of him when he saw how decisive he was. He quickly flew over and landed on the ancient ship. The arrival of Lin Feng, an uninvited guest, made her frown slightly. She said coldly, "Get down." Lin Feng sat on the ground and said, "We can be considered old acquaintances, right? Don't be so heartless, okay? Let me rest on your ship." "You're not welcome," the woman said coldly. Lin Feng said shamelessly, "Even if you don't welcome me, I'm not leaving unless you throw me out." "You think I don't dare?" the woman said coldly. She walked toward Lin Feng, as if she really wanted to throw Lin Feng off. "Beauty, you can't be, right? You're too heartless. It's easy for you to lose friends like this." Lin Feng shouted, "I don't need friends." The woman's voice was still cold. Her beautiful face didn't even show any emotion. She was about to grab Lin Feng and throw Lin Feng off the ship. In the distance, the Supreme Giant had already caught up. Rumble! Rumble! The void trembled violently. Not long after, the Grand Supreme Giant stopped above the ancient ship. "Little bastard, why aren't you running anymore?" The three of them looked at Lin Feng with resentment. "When did I ever run away? I was just playing with you guys." Lin Feng said indifferently. Mo Fei sneered and said, "You're still so stubborn when you're about to die." Ma Rong looked coldly at the mysterious woman and said, "Who are you? Are you this little bastard's accomplice?" The mysterious woman ignored Ma Rong and looked at Lin Feng. The threat in her eyes was self-evident. It was as if she was saying, "If you don't get off, don't blame me for not giving you face and throwing you off personally." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had wanted to ask the woman to help him deal with the Supreme Giant. At most, he would pay her. However, it seemed that his wish was destined to fail. Lin Feng was about to continue running. Ma Rong suddenly cursed, "Bitch, I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me?" Ma Rong was usually very domineering. In addition, she was a disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect. Who would dare to ignore her words? Now, she was being ignored by the mysterious woman. Ma Rong felt that she had lost face and started cursing. Chapter 1865. Ma Rong, that bitch, cursed. Lin Feng was being scolded. He couldn't be bothered to retaliate. From Lin Feng's point of view, these three people's temperaments and talent weren't enough for them to break through in 3 years, so they were about to die. Why bother cursing at people who were about to die? That was a disgrace to their status. Ma Rong called the mysterious woman a bitch. She naturally couldn't stand it. Lin Feng saw the mysterious woman's expression change and knew that she was angry. This woman was a terrifying existence. Lin Feng knew how powerful she was. Are the people of the Supreme Immortal Sect all like you? Don't you know etiquette? Don't you have any manners? Don't you know the meaning of the phrase, "A loose tongue causes trouble"? The mysterious woman's voice suddenly turned cold. Ma Rong continued cursing, Bitch, who do you think you are to dare lecture us? You're simply courting death. So what if I call you a bitch? Maybe you're even a bitch. You're courting death. The mysterious woman's voice was filled with cold, killing intent. She raised her right hand and slashed through the void. Whoosh! A ray of white light flashed and disappeared. It was as fast as lightning. The white light instantly pierced through the void and slashed towards Ma Rong. Ma Rong screamed, "Kill, kill, kill, kill that bitch, and that little bastard together." At that moment, Mo Fei said, "Don't. That brat can die, but it'd be a pity to kill this beauty." Wan Tianen laughed lewdly and said, "That's right. It'd be a pity to kill her, but we can use her for nourishment." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Mo Fei and Wan Tianen really weren't good people. There was an 80% chance that they'd plucked many female cultivators. After hearing Mo Fei and Wan Tianan's words, the mysterious woman's expression turned gloomy and the killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. The supreme giant roared and swung his fist at the mysterious woman's attack. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of strength that white light was. Back then, he had seen the mysterious woman attack. It was this white light that was abnormally tyrannical. It was the same this time. When the Taishang giant's huge golden fist collided with the mysterious woman's white radiance, the Taishang giant's golden fist collided. Puff! A tearing sound could be heard. A wound of more than 10 centimeters appeared on the fist of Supreme Giant. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng was shocked. He was well aware of how terrifying that Supreme Giant was, yet it was actually unable to withstand this mysterious woman's attack. This mysterious woman was much more powerful than he had imagined. Who is she? Is he also an expert on the Heaven's Pride ranking? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Of course. This world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. She was the pride of the heavens, the goddess of the heavens. There were countless of them. Many experts of the younger generation did not participate in the contest for the prodigy list. Therefore, he wasn't very famous. However, his strength was not weaker than the experts on the prodigy list. The mysterious woman's attack was so powerful. Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan's expressions changed slightly. However, a sinister smile soon appeared on their faces. They knew what kind of terrifying existence the Supreme Giant was. Therefore, they were against the Taishang Giant. They were extremely confident. The three of them shouted at the same time, "Activate the Taishang apocalyptic light." Along with the shout, Yi Zichen shouted. The three of them continuously made hand seals. One by one, the spells were injected into the body of the Supreme Giant. The Supreme Giant immediately roared toward the sky. Then, waves of destructive power surged out of the Supreme Giant's body. There were thousands of destructive powers. Some were powerful, some were weak. And this Taishang apocalyptic light was definitely the most powerful type of destructive power. The Supreme Giant's fist swept over. In an instant, endless Taishang apocalyptic light condensed on the Supreme Giant's fist. Then it charged toward Lin Feng and the mysterious woman on the ancient ship, wanting to capture Lin Feng and the mysterious woman in one fell swoop. Slash! The mysterious woman's voice was cold as she gently slashed with her right hand. Swoosh! Swoosh! A dazzling white light flew out. Soon, that white light turned into 2. Then 2 turned into 4. In the next moment, 4 turned into 8. It didn't take long. Between heaven and earth, it had already turned into a white world. The dense white light was dazzling, and it was unknown how many white lights there were. That dazzling white light enveloped the Supreme Giant, Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan. Puff, puff. A tearing sound was heard. When the white light dissipated, the The Supreme Giant's huge body was already riddled with holes. The energy in the Supreme Giant's body began to dissipate. The Supreme Giant's strength began to decline substantially. The mysterious woman's strength was too powerful. He was able to destroy such a powerful Supreme Giant. Moreover, it was destroyed with the force of a thunderbolt that could destroy everything in its path. It was so strong that it was unbelievable. How is this possible? This is impossible. It's definitely not true. Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan couldn't accept the scene in front of them at all and screamed. But no matter how much they didn't want to admit it, but everything in front of them was the truth. Supreme Giant, this powerful puppet that had consumed 3,000 years of their lifespan and was strengthened by immortal weapons. Now, it was destroyed by the mysterious woman. Run, run, run. The three of them cried out in horror. How would they dare to stay any longer? They only wanted to escape now. They didn't want to die. The Supreme Giant roared. It pounced towards the mysterious woman, wanting to buy some time for Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan, who were escaping. Humph! The mysterious woman snorted coldly and slapped out with her palm. A giant energy palm condensed and blasted towards the Supreme Giant. At this time, the Supreme Giant's body actually burned. It wanted to pass through its natural body, increase its battle strength, push its battle strength to the limit. But the mysterious woman's attack was too powerful. After the energy palm she condensed collided with the Supreme Giant, it instantly destroyed the Supreme Giant. Then, that energy palm grabbed towards Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan. Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan were so scared that their faces turned pale. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late, seeing that they were about to be grabbed to death by that energy palm. At that instant, a cold yell could be heard. Impudent! Along with this cold shout, Li Tianlan's voice rang out. Bang! The energy palm condensed by the mysterious woman was directly shattered by this shout. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the owner of this voice was. In the next moment, a white-robed man stepped out of the void. Mu Xianyu, who gave you the guts to attack a disciple of my supreme immortal sect. The man in white was like a god descending to the world, looking down at the mysterious woman from above. Chapter 1866. So, her name is Mu Xianyu. What a nice name. However, her name isn't on the prodigy roll. It seems like she's keeping a low profile and didn't participate in the prodigy roll. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the white-clad man. That man was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng could sense that his body contained a monstrous amount of energy. It was as if he could destroy the world. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was. Wu Qianquan, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Mu Xianyu was a decisive person. She was destined to be someone who wouldn't back down. Wu Qianquan acted like he was superior. It would be strange if Mu Xianyu was afraid of him. Moreover, Mu Xianyu was also very powerful. If they were to fight, she wouldn't be afraid of Wu Qianquan. The white-clad man is called Wu Qianquan. Isn't he one of the 3 supreme sky prides of the Taishang celestial sect? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The number of disciples in the Taishang celestial sect was 10 times that of the reincarnation celestial sect. The number of sky prides was also 10 times that of the reincarnation celestial sect. Moreover, the Taishang celestial sect was more powerful than the reincarnation celestial sect. They also had more resources than the reincarnation celestial sect. Therefore, the Taishang celestial sect had nurtured many outstanding disciples. To be able to stand out in the Taishang celestial sect, to become one of the 3 supreme sky prides. Based on this, just how powerful was Wu Qianquan? Mu Xianyu, when you said those words to me, you were destined to be a dead man. Wu Qianquan placed his hands behind his back. He didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, Ma Rong pointed at Lin Feng and said viciously, "Senior brother, that little bastard killed more than 10 of our fellow disciples." What? 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 Wu Qianquan repeated the word, "what," 3 times. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Someone dared to kill the disciples of the Taishang celestial sect. In Wu Qianquan's opinion, this was a challenge to the Taishang celestial sect's authority. Ever since the Red World Fairy betrayed the Supreme Immortal Sect more than 3,000 years ago, the Supreme Immortal Sect seemed to have become extremely sensitive. Who would dare to provoke the dignity of the Supreme Immortal Sect? Whoever did this had to die. The Supreme Immortal Sect seemed to want to use such bloody and violent methods to restore the glory of the Supreme Immortal Sect. That's right. I killed him. They were just a bunch of demons. So what if he's dead? Lin Feng couldn't help but pout. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of people from the Supreme Immortal Sect, including Wu Qianquan, were filled with killing intent. It had always been the cultivators of the Supreme Immortal Sect who slandered others as demons. The Supreme Immortal Sect was very good at this kind of reversal of black and white and pointing at a deer as a horse. Right now, there was actually someone who dared to slander the disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect as demons. How could they accept this? How could he swallow this anger? Wu Qianquan looked at Mu Xianyu and said, "Mu Xianyu, I'll give you a chance today. As long as you hand over this brat, I'll let you go today. How about it?" Wu Qianquan's arrogant attitude was really disgusting. However, Wu Qianquan had the strength to do so. Wu Qianquan, you think too highly of yourself. I know you're the second strongest person on the Heaven's Pride roll, but so what? Today, I'd like to experience the power of your supreme 9 lives, 9 deaths, immortal art. Mu Xian, you sneered and soared into the sky. Slash, she shouted coldly. Her right hand was like a sword, and a white light condensed into a huge sword ray. The sword ray was 10,000 meters long. It directly slashed down. It was as if it could split the world apart. Insignificant skill. Wu Qianquan's expression was indifferent as he swept out the Qianquan Sun-Moon fist. The fist collided with the sword ray. A peerless attack. Bang! The 2 attacks collided, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Mu Xianyu's powerful attack was actually broken by Wu Qianquan's fist. Moon World! Mu Xian, you shouted coldly and stepped forward. Above the sky, the stars moved. A divine moon descended from the sky. That divine moon was so beautiful, so dazzling and dazzling. When that divine moon descended, a mysterious and illusory world condensed. That world, it was the Moon World. The Moon World enveloped Wu Qianquan. Inside the Moon World, Wu Qianquan's magic power, divine ability, and all his other abilities, they would all be greatly weakened. Mu Xianyu was the opposite of Wu Qianquan. Inside the Moon World, her magic power, divine ability, and so on, everything, they would all be greatly improved. Mu Xian, you stepped in the Moon World. Suddenly, 9 moons appeared around her body. She didn't know what kind of method this was. It was really unpredictable. 9 moons, all bombarded towards Wu Qianquan. Feeling the power of the 9 moons, even Lin Feng's face changed. This Mu Xianyu's strength was really too strong. He didn't know where this woman came from. She actually had such terrifying strength. Senior Marshal Brother Wu won't be defeated, right? Ma Rong said with a bewildered expression. Now, even she was a little worried. because Mu Xianyu's strength was really too strong. Mo Fei said, "Don't worry. Senior martial brother definitely won't be defeated. In this world, among the younger generation, even the number one existence on the Heaven's Pride list wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat senior martial brother, let alone others. Although this Mu Xianyu is powerful compared to senior martial brother's cultivation, there is still a gap." Wan Tianan nodded and said, "That's right. Senior martial brother's current strength has already reached an unfathomable level, especially now that senior martial brother's supreme 9 lives, 9 deaths, indestructible immortal technique has reached the 5th level. He can be born from the heart and is invulnerable to all techniques. How can Mu Xian, you be senior martial brother's opponent?" Ma Rong nodded, her confidence increasing a lot. She looked at Mu Xianyu with a gaze full of jealousy. Ma Rong was jealous of Mu Xianyu's strength and her beautiful face. Ma Rong cursed, "Let's wait for senior martial brother to defeat this bitch. At that time, let's see how arrogant she can be." Lin Feng's gaze was also fixed on the two people in the battle. Mu Xianyu took the initiative to attack and used her ultimate technique. He didn't know what kind of powerful divine ability Wu Qianquan would use. Would he use the supreme 9 lives, 9 deaths, indestructible, immortal technique that Mu Xianyu had mentioned before? Lin Feng had heard of the supreme 9 lives, 9 deaths, indestructible, immortal technique before. It was a supreme technique recorded in the supreme immortal scripture. This technique was definitely unimaginably powerful. "Mu Xianyu, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Wu Qianquan sneered in the face of Mu Xianyu's attack. He stepped forward and began to condense a powerful divine ability. Chapter 1867. Fist can break the heavens and earth. Martial arts can defy the universe. Today, I will let you experience my ultimate move. Martial arts defy the universe. Wu Qianquan's voice was cold. He was still as arrogant as before. He was like a peerless divine king, immortal and indestructible throughout the ages. Under the cover of the moon world, he didn't seem to be affected at all. He took a step forward, and when his eyes opened and closed, it was as if there were 2 worlds floating within. Wu Qianquan, who can compete with him? Wu Qianquan swept out a fist, condensing an endless amount of divine power on his fist. This power could defy time and space, shatter the firmament, destroy the sun and moon, and make the gods tremble. Fist can break the heavens and earth. Martial arts can defy the universe. This sentence didn't only contain a divine ability, it also contained Wu Qianquan's powerful will. Wu Qianquan was an extremely arrogant and conceited person. Of course, this was built on the foundation of his strength. His will of martial Tao was also extremely domineering. His will of martial Tao was exceptionally tyrannical. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk Wu Qianquan's fist technique was too powerful. He swept out one fist after another, directly sending Mu Xianyu's 9 divine moons flying. Mo Fei excitedly said, "Senior brother Wu is indeed worthy of being the 2nd ranker of the Heaven's Pride list. Senior brother Wu hasn't even used his true ultimate move yet, but he has already displayed such a powerful battle strength. If senior brother Wu uses his peerless ultimate move, that Mu Xian you won't be able to resist at all." Wan Tianan said, "A mere Mu Xianyu doesn't have the qualifications to make senior brother Wu use his peerless ultimate move." Ma Rong also shouted, "That's right. Who does that bitch think she is? Is she worthy to make senior brother Wu use his peerless ultimate move?" Ma Rong was originally worried that Wu Qianquan wouldn't be Mu Xianyu's opponent. Now that she saw how powerful Wu Qianquan was, Ma Rong returned to her usual self. Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly frown. This Wu Qianquan was indeed powerful, much more powerful than he had imagined. What would happen if Mu Xian Yu were to face Wu Qianquan? After Wu Qianquan repelled the 9 divine moons condensed by Mu Xianyu, he instantly arrived in front of her. His expression was indifferent as he punched towards Mu Xianyu, his cold eyes flashing with killing intent. When that tyrannical attack landed on Mu Xianyu's body, Mu Xianyu's body instantly turned into a mass of moonlight. Born in the middle of the moon, I am the bright moon. Mu Xianyu's voice suddenly resounded behind Wu Qianquan. A dazzling moonlight appeared behind Wu Qianquan, and that moonlight directly turned into Mu Xianyu. Mu Xianyu sent a palm strike towards Wu Qianquan. Mu Xianyu's methods were also extremely tyrannical. She had turned into moonlight and existed in the world. It was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. Wu Qianquan turned around and sent a palm strike towards Mu Xianyu. Bang! The two sides collided, and a powerful force surged out, shooting out horizontally and vertically, piercing through the void. The destructive power of the battle between the two was simply too great. Wu Qianquan hastily made a move and was directly pushed back by Mu Xianyu. Ah! Wu Qianquan roared, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. What kind of hero was he, Wu Qianquan? But he was actually pushed back. Wu Qianquan was unable to accept this. For Wu Qianquan, this was simply a disgrace, and it made him go mad with hatred. Moon Order can lock the gods. Mu Xianyu made a move again, waving her right hand. Swish, swish. In the world of moon, chains of order condensed from the power of moonlight. These chains contain the most powerful divine power. Every single one of the chains of order distorted space-time. The chains of order wrapped around Wu Qianquan. 9 heavens, 10 earths, highest heavenly lightning slash. Facing the entanglement of the chains, Wu Qianquan coldly shouted and made a move again. This time, Wu Qianquan condensed lightning sword qi. The divine ability he used was also an extremely terrifying divine ability, and its power was boundless. The lightning sword qi condensed from lightning power bombarded the Moon Order chains, but it did not destroy them. The Moon Order chains condensed by Mu Xianyu were far more powerful than expected. After neutralizing Wu Qianquan's attack, the Moon Order chains continued to wrap around Wu Qianquan. Seeing this scene, Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianen were dumbfounded. They did not expect Mu Xianyu to be so tyrannical. She actually made Wu Qianquan fall into a passive state. At this moment, it was impossible to say that they were not worried about Wu Qianquan. They naturally did not care about Wu Qianquan's life or death, but they knew that Wu Qianquan absolutely could not die, because once Wu Qianquan died, they would not be able to escape. But soon, the three of them came back to their senses. Among the younger generation, there was no one who could kill Wu Qianquan. So what if there was someone who could defeat Wu Qianquan? Defeating and killing were two completely different concepts, and they were far from each other, not to mention that Wu Qianquan seemed to be at a disadvantage. But there was one thing that they had to pay attention to, and that was Wu Qianquan had yet to display his most powerful inheritance. The supreme 9 lives, 9 deaths, indestructible immortal art was absolutely a supreme technique that could destroy gods and Buddhas if Buddhas were to come. This sacred art had a maximum of 9 levels. Wu Qianquan had cultivated to the 5th level and could already release the power of this sacred art. Wu Qianquan's cold voice sounded, "Mu Xianyu, you've really surprised me. Now, you are qualified for me to display my true strength." This Wu Qianquan was really arrogant. He actually dared to say such insufferably arrogant words at this time. Supreme 9 lives, 9 deaths, immortal technique. Wu Qianquan attacked with a cold voice. An endless amount of immortal light surged out. The immortal light covered the sky and the sun, covering the bright moon in the sky. Even the world of the moon was completely enveloped by the immortal light. The immortal light condensed by Wu Qianquan's supreme 9 lives, 9 deaths immortal technique was very strange. Even Lin Feng could not see the scene of the battle within the immortal light. In the end, the immortal light dissipated. Mu Xian, you landed on the ancient ship, and Wu Qianquan stood in the void. Wu Qianquan's expression was extremely gloomy. Mu Xianyu looked at Wu Qianquan indifferently and said, Wu Qianquan, let's fight to the death during the genius battle. Wu Qianquan sneered and said, when the time comes, I will definitely take your life. After saying that, Wu Qianquan swept up Ma Rong, Mo Fei, and Wan Tianan and quickly left. Mu Xian, you quickly entered the cabin and then fell into the cabin. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her face was as pale as paper. Chapter 1868. You're injured, Lin Feng said from outside. It's none of your business. Mu Xianyu's voice was cold. Lin Feng said, no matter what, this matter is related to me. Your injury is also related to me, so I naturally have to take care of it. Don't flatter yourself. Do you think that I would make a move for an unrelated person? Mu Xianyu sneered. Lin Feng said, how can you say that I'm an unrelated person? We're friends now. I happen to be proficient in medicine. Why don't I help you diagnose your injuries? If you dare to come in, I'll kill you, Mu Xianyu said coldly. Lin Feng walked into the cabin. Mu Xianyu was furious. How could this guy be so shameless? She had chased him away earlier. He didn't leave. Now, he shamelessly entered the cabin. She had already warned him not to let him in. He actually dared to come in. He was courting death. Mu Xianyu stood up and sent a palm towards Lin Feng. Swish! Lin Feng instantly disappeared, and Mu Xianyu's attack missed. She was injured and had just experienced an intense battle. Her battle strength had sharply decreased. Lin Feng was in his best condition. Besides, he had been on guard against Mu Xianyu's attack, so he had been prepared for it. Mu Xianyu's attack bombarded the atmosphere. Mu Xianyu easily dodged it. Then he appeared behind Mu Xianyu and grabbed her waist. I'm going to kill you, Mu Xianyu immediately screamed. When had her body ever been touched by a man before? But now she was actually in Lin Feng's embrace. This made Mu Xianyu angry, embarrassed, and angry. She wanted to struggle, but in the next moment, she found that her magic power had been sealed by Lin Feng. You're injured, yet you're still so angry. Don't use your magic power for a while, or it will only worsen your injuries. Lin Feng said indifferently. You bastard, you actually dare to seal my magic power. Mu Xianyu screamed and struggled. This woman had always been a decisive person. Moreover, she was usually very cold. Now that his mana was suddenly sealed by Lin Feng, he simply could not accept it. Lin Feng hugged Mu Xianyu's small waist tightly, so Mu Xianyu was unable to struggle free. Lin Feng took out 3 pills and directly stuffed them into Mu Xianyu's mouth. Then his left hand gently lifted Mu Xianyu's snow-white chin. The 3 pills were swallowed by Mu Xianyu. Bastard, what did you feed me? Mu Xianyu glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Heartbreaking poison, Lin Feng said. Mu Xianyu immediately gnashed her teeth and looked at Lin Feng. Don't be so angry. I gave you a healing pill. Seeing Mu Xianyu's murderous gaze, Lin Feng could only explain. Mu Xianyu coldly said, I have my own healing pills. Why would I care about your pills? Lin Feng said, my pills are very precious. They are divine pills passed down from the ancient era. when taken together. The effects will be better than your pills. Humph. So what? I don't care. Also, quickly remove your claws. Mu Xian, you was still like a thorny rose. She did not give Lin Feng any face, and her tone was also very unfriendly. How can you speak to me like that? It seems like you need to be taught a lesson. Women should be gentle. Today, I will teach you how to be a woman. Lin Feng sat on a stool. Lin Feng pressed Mu Xian down on his lap. Slap, slap. Mu Xian was like a kitten baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as she reached out to grab Lin Feng. I'll fight you to the death. She screamed loudly, wanting to fight Lin Feng to the death. No matter how powerful a woman was, they all seemed to know this move. Tiger scratches, cat scratch. Lin Feng grabbed Mu Xian's claws. Slap, slap. Mu Xian was furious. What kind of person was she? Now, she was being bullied by a man. Mu Xian, you wanted to bite Lin Feng to death. Do you know your mistake? Lin Feng asked with a smile that was not a smile. Mu Xian, you wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, now, she knew that she had to lower her head when she was under someone else's roof. She could only endure this anger for now. When she recovered her strength, she would deal with this guy. However, Mu Xian's character meant that she would not admit defeat. Therefore, she chose to remain silent. Lin Feng let go of Mu Xian. After Mu Xian got up, she coldly looked at Lin Feng. This woman was indeed too beautiful. This was a very special kind of beauty, a cold and elegant beauty. That kind of cold appearance made people unable to get close to her, but it also made people want to conquer this ice beauty. Your injuries will soon recover. Lin Feng got up and took the opportunity to hug Mu Xian's small waist. What are you doing? Mu Xian's pretty face suddenly changed. Her magic power was currently sealed. If Lin Feng really wanted to do something to her that was worse than a beast, she would not be able to resist. Lin Feng said, I have taken a fancy to you. Remember my name. My name is Lin Feng, your future man. Mu Xian was slightly stunned. Obviously, she did not expect that Lin Feng would say such words to her, causing her to be at a loss. In the next moment, Mu Xian's eyes widened. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She could feel Lin Feng's warm lips. She could feel the hot aura in Lin Feng's body. At that moment, her mind became blank. Ha ha ha, my wife Xianyu, your seal has been removed by me, and your magic power has also recovered. I still have things to do, so I will take my leave for now. Let's catch up the next time we meet. Lin Feng laughed and flew out of the ancient ship. Lin Feng, you bastard, the next time I see you, I will kill you. Mu Xianyu looked at Lin Feng, who had already flown far away, and could not help but scream in exasperation. Then she sat down on the bench. She had maintained a calm state of mind for so many years, but now it was disturbed by the sudden appearance of this man. Mu Xianyu touched her pretty face. It was boiling hot. My first kiss. Then Mu Xianyu screamed and gnashed her teeth. Killing you is letting you off too easily. The next time I see you, I will turn you into a eunuch. You bastard. After cursing Lin Feng, Mu Xianyu finally felt a lot better. The ancient ship continued to sail on the endless sea. Not long after, a melodious laughter came from the ancient ship. Although the sound of the flute was pleasant to listen to, one could hear that the person playing the flute was in chaos. Xianyu, we have already arrived. We are waiting for you. There was a jade tube on the table projecting a picture in the air. There were a total of 5 people in the picture, 4 men and 1 woman. The one who spoke was the beautiful woman wearing a blue dress. Chapter 1869. An endless continent appeared in the boundless ocean. From afar, huge fleets sailed into the port of the continent from all directions. That continent, it was the famous Myriad Immortals Island. The Myriad Immortals Island was one of the top 3 forces in the sinkhole world. This ancient force had a long history and a strong foundation. It was a giant of the sea. Even the Supreme Immortal Sects were afraid of the Myriad Immortals Island. The Myriad Immortals Island was the trading center of the sea. Every day there would be countless cultivators coming in and leaving. The power and glory of the Myriad Immortals Island caused countless people to rush over from all over, wanting to join the Myriad Immortals Island. If one could join a Leviathan like the Myriad Immortals Island, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the sinkhole in the future. Lin Feng quickly flew toward the Myriad Immortals Island. The Myriad Immortals Island was crowded with people and bustling with noise and excitement. There were all kinds of stalls and shops. In the depths of the Myriad Immortals Island, there was white fog and immortal chi lingering. That place was the base of the Myriad Immortals Island. The area outside was a trading area similar to a market. The base of the Myriad Immortals Island was the place where the cultivators of the Myriad Immortals Island cultivated. Ordinary people naturally could not enter it. Foreign cultivators could only move about in the market. The market had everything one could think of. Anything one could think of could be found here. Brothels, gambling houses, inns, restaurants, pharmacies, and other places. Everything was available. After arriving at the Myriad Immortals Island, Lin Feng first found a restaurant to eat. Many cultivators who were eating were talking about the sinkhole battlefield. The restrictions on the sinkhole battlefield had not dissipated, so naturally no one could enter, so everyone was waiting. Of course, many cultivators had already begun to board the fleet of the Myriad Immortals Island and head to the sinkhole battlefield. Ordinary fleets would definitely be attacked when passing through the Sinkhole Evil Dragon Palace and Fusang Island. However, the fleet formed by the Myriad Immortals Island could safely pass through. Naturally, there were some interests involved. How the Myriad Immortals Island negotiated with the Sinkhole Evil Dragon Palace and Fusang Island was unknown to outsiders. Of course, it was not cheap to ride the fleet of the Myriad Immortals Island to the sinkhole battlefield. A trip would cost 3,000 origin crystals, and a round trip would cost 6,000 origin crystals. This was an astronomical figure for many cultivators. Some cultivators entered the sea to hunt ferocious beasts in exchange for origin crystals. Some cultivators directly killed people in the ocean to snatch their treasures. There were also some cultivators who didn't have enough origin crystals on them, but they had other treasures and chose to exchange them for origin crystals. However, such cultivators were relatively rare. Most of them were cultivators who went out to hunt vicious beasts for origin crystals or to kill others for treasures. Therefore, during this period of time, the sea around the Great Immortals Island was relatively chaotic. The appearance of the origin end battlefield is bound to cause a storm of blood. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. After the meal, he found an inn to stay in. The scenery in the courtyard area of the inn was beautiful. There were only 6 courtyards in each manor, so it wouldn't be crowded. There was a large grassland outside, full of greenery. When Lin Feng arrived, he heard the beautiful sound of a zither. In the distant meadow, a woman in white robes was playing the zither. Around her were tens of cultivators, all of whom were cultivators of the younger generation. "Who is the woman playing the zither?" Lin Feng asked. The maidservant leading the way said, reporting to young master, "That is Dancing Butterfly Fairy. She is the disciple of ancestor Jianmu." Lin Feng had heard of ancestor Jianmu before. It was said that she was a deep-sea cloud jellyfish who cultivated and later obtained her Tao. She gradually became one of the top experts in the origin end ocean. This old ancestor Electromother had already cultivated for 13 million years. Such a long lifespan. Her cultivation was unimaginable. Naturally, he had long been a part of the public's good fortune. Unimaginable. Lin Feng nodded and followed the maidservant to the courtyard where he lived. Following this, the maidservant said goodbye and left. Dancing Butterfly Fairy's zither music was very pleasant to listen to. It was light and ethereal. After listening to her zither music, one would feel as if they were in a bamboo forest. After Lin Feng left, he walked towards the woman playing the zither and sat outside, quietly listening to the moving zither music. After the zither music ended, everyone was still immersed in that beautiful scene. Dancing Butterfly Fairy's zither music is unparalleled. After everyone came back to their senses, someone immediately praised her. Dancing Butterfly Fairy is worthy of the title of Zither Fairy, someone else said. Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, fellow Taoists. Dancing Butterfly Fairy is not worthy of your praise." Looking at Dancing Butterfly Fairy's beautiful smile, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. Her smile was very alluring. Dancing Butterfly Fairy was indeed devastatingly beautiful. At this moment, a purple-robed young master smiled and said, "I heard that Dancing Butterfly Fairy went to the southern Immortal Sea domain with ancestor Dianmu. When did Dancing Butterfly Fairy return?" The origin end ocean was in the east of the 9 states, while the southern Immortal Sea domain was in the south. They were both part of the 9 states and 4 seas. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "I returned 2 months ago. After hearing about the origin and battlefield, I decided to go there and take a look." The purple-robed young master said, "Fairy, you came back just in time." Dancing Butterfly Fairy sighed and said, "Originally, the Ultimate Ruins Ocean region was quite peaceful, but now that the Ultimate Ruins battlefield has appeared, the Ultimate Ruins Ocean region is once again in turmoil. I've seen too much killing along the way. With so many cultivators entering the origin end ocean, it's easy to erase all clues by killing people in the ocean. This also gives many people the chance to kill people and steal their treasures. However, there's been a huge commotion recently. Have you heard about it?" A green-robed young master asked. "Brother Zhou, are you talking about the death of the young master of the Lightning Island?" Someone immediately asked. The young master with the surname Zhou was called Zhou Zimu. He nodded. When the young master of the Lightning Island, Lei Shaoli, was mentioned, many people became interested. After all, Lei Shaoli had been killed in the Lei clan. Although it sounded unbelievable, it was true. However, many people did not know much about it. Although they had heard some news, most of it was related to the Lei clan's bounty. However, no one understood the process of this matter. Someone said, "Rumor has it that the cultivator who killed Lei Shaoli is called Lin Feng, and he's a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I wonder if the rumor is true?" Someone immediately questioned, "I don't think the rumor is true, right? Lei Shaoli was a heavenly god. Not many people in the younger generation of the Reincarnation Immortal sect could kill someone as strong as him. However, based on what I know, there's no one called Lin Feng who is strong enough to kill Lei Shaoli." Chapter 1870. Zhou Zimu said, "I can confirm that the rumor is true. I went to the northern barbarian state a few years ago and heard that the Reincarnation Immortal sect had a talented disciple. That disciple was Lin Feng. I heard that he went to the ancestral mountain of the Reincarnation Immortal sect and caused the Dharma conch to ring the heaven and earth bell." "What? Blowing the Dharma conch to ring the heaven and earth bell?" Only those who have the potential to become an immortal can cause such a Dharma conch. Even the top prodigies on the prodigy roll can't cause such a Dharma conch. Many people cried out in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. It was truly too shocking. blowing the Dharma conch to ring the heaven and earth bell. It had always been a rumor. Now it had become a reality. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. They were incomparably shocked. Only Lin Feng, who was sitting in the outer circle, had a strange expression on his face. These people were talking about him. Lin Feng was very surprised. Said Dai Wuxian excitedly. Lin Feng is so talented. The old cultivators of the reincarnation celestial sect will definitely try to recruit him. Right? I wonder who he ended up acknowledging as his master? Zhou said. Master Tortoise. When they heard the words, Master Tortoise, many people's mouths twitched violently. Master Tortoise's reputation had always been bad. It was said that he was a playboy when he was young and had seduced many saintesses. After a long time, many powerful cultivators of his generation had died, but Master Tortoise still lived a carefree life. Moreover, the older he got, the more frivolous he became. If he saw a beautiful female cultivator, he would still shamelessly flirt with her. However, Master Tortoise was too powerful. Who dared to say anything bad about Master Tortoise? Many people knew that. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect and the Taishang Immortal Sect had a deep grudge for a long time. As time passed, the grudge deepened. However, the Taishang Immortal Sect had not attacked the Reincarnation Immortal Sect all these years. Master Tortoise had played a big role in this. Master Tortoise was known as one of the most mysterious, powerful cultivators in the 9 states. Because he had lived for so long, it was difficult to guess his strength. Even for a cultivator with ordinary talent, such a long period of time would be enough to make up for their lack of talent, and they would have long become a peerless expert, right? What's more, Lord Tortoise's true self was the black tortoise sacred beast. A cultivator said, "Didn't they say that this Master Tortoise is a super scammer?" He had accepted a few disciples in the past, but all of them died tragically. Do you think those old monsters from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect would allow Lord Turtle to accept Lin Feng as his disciple? There's nothing the patriarchs of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect can do if they don't agree. Zhou said. The others laughed bitterly. That was indeed the case. Encountering an unreasonable guy like Lord Tortoise, he had no choice but to agree. Someone gloated. Lin Feng won't be the next disciple to die, will he? Many people nodded. Naturally, this was a possibility. None of Lord Tortoise's disciples had a good ending. The purple-robed young man's name was Mo Ningfan. He said, "No wonder this guy dared to kill Lei Shaoli. Is it because he thinks that he might die a horrible death in the future? Is that why he is fearless? He would kill anyone who offended him. If he can drag one more person down with him, he'll do it, right?" After hearing Mo Ningfan's words, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Your young master, will enjoy eternal blessings. You're the one who will die tragically. When the others heard Mo Ningfan's words, they felt that it made sense. Fairy Dancing Butterfly said, "I don't think so. I've also heard about the deaths of Lord Turtle's disciples. Master also mentioned that there was a reason for their deaths. Therefore, even though Lord Turtle's disciples died tragically, Lin Feng might not die tragically. I think that Lin Feng killed Lei Shaoli for some other reason that we don't know." At this moment, someone said, "Lei Shaoli is a very greedy person. Could it be that he wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures? Was that why he was killed by Lin Feng instead?" Zhou nodded and said, "That's indeed possible. I heard that Lin Feng rode the fleet of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company to the Myriad Immortals Island. However, for some reason, Hong Tianqi and Hong Zheng from the Divine Prefecture Trading Company wanted to kill him. In the end, Hong Zheng was killed by Lin Feng. This After hearing the news, everyone exchanged glances with each other. This was because they realized that the things that happened to Lin Feng were much more complicated than they had imagined. Fairy Dancing Butterfly said, "Previously, the fleet of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company stopped at the Lightning Island. It seems like Lei Shaoli must have gotten some information from Hong Tianqi. That's why he attacked Lin Feng just now. However, he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong and actually killed him. Now, the Lightning Island is offering a reward of 100 million origin crystals for his capture. I wonder where this Lin Feng is now," someone said. Immediately after, someone else said, 100 million origin crystals is indeed very attractive. However, how can someone as powerful as Lin Feng be captured or killed so easily? I think those who tried to kill him probably didn't have a good ending. Isn't that so? I heard that many cultivators who tried to kill Lin Feng were killed by Lin Feng instead. Zhou Zimu said. Mo Ningfan said in a low voice, "I also heard a rumor." "Oh, what kind of rumor?" Everyone's interest was piqued. Lin Feng also killed more than 10 disciples of the Taishang Immortal Sect. Mo Ningfan said, "What? He killed the disciples of the Taishang Immortal Sect?" Gasps could be heard all of a sudden. The Taishang Immortal Sect was a super powerful force, the strongest force in the 9 prefectures. Only the disciples of the Taishang Immortal Sect could kill the disciples of other sections. Who would dare to kill the disciples of the Taishang Immortal Sect? That was simply courting death. Anyone who was listed on the Taishang Immortal Sect's kill list. How could they survive? This news can't be true, right? Many people questioned. They could not believe that someone actually dared to kill the disciples of the Taishang Immortal Sect. It's true. 13 disciples of the Taishang Immortal Sect were ambushed by Lin Feng, that heinous devil. They died miserably because of that. At this moment, a cold voice could be heard from afar. A total of more than 10 cultivators walked over. The person in the lead had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. Li Xiuyan. After seeing the man, many people were shocked. They stood up one after another and greeted the cultivator. He was one of the top holy sons of the Taishang Immortal Sect. Moreover, he was cultivating under a reclusive old ancestor of the Taishang Immortal Sect. In the future, he would most likely become a big shot who wielded great power in the Taishang Immortal Sect. Therefore, no matter where Li Xiuyan went, he was always surrounded by people. Chapter 1871. Li Xiuyan came to Dancing Butterfly Fairy's side, surrounded by the stars. He cupped his fists and said, "Fairy Dancing Butterfly, it's been 5 or 6 years since we last met, right? It's been so many years, and you look even better than before." Fairy Dancing Butterfly smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise. Brother Li, are you here in the sea region to head to the returning ruins battlefield as well?" Li Xiuyan nodded and said, "That's right. I'm planning to head there as well, but I heard that a dozen of my fellow disciples were killed by that demon, Lin Feng. I've been searching for him in the sea region." Fairy Dancing Butterfly's heart skipped a beat, and she said, "Brother Li, you said that Lin Feng killed a dozen disciples of the Taishang Immortal Sect. What's going on?" Li Xiuyan said, "Lin Feng is a demon spy, and he's hiding in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. I don't know what secrets he has, but a dozen of my junior brothers and sisters found out about it, and were killed. There's such a thing." Many people sucked in a cold breath. This kid has already been included in the Taishang Immortal Sect's must-catch list. Soon, the Taishang Immortal Sect's bounty will be announced. When the time comes, you can go to the City Lord's Manor in the ancient city to receive the bounty. Anyone who can kill or capture this kid will be rewarded by the Taishang Immortal Sect," Li Xiuyan said. Someone asked curiously, "What's the Taishang immortal sex bounty?" Li Xiuyan said, 300 million origin crystals, a set of deity 7 set, and a sacred art from the Taishang immortal scripture. Hiss, hearing the rewards mentioned by Li Xiuyan, the sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. These rewards, they were simply too generous. It was not something the Lightning Island's rewards could compare to. Once the Taishang immortal sex bounty was officially announced, who knew how many people would go crazy over it? The Taishang immortal sex bounty will definitely attract many top experts to deal with Lin Feng. It seems like he's dead for sure. Someone said, "That demon, he should be cut into pieces. His soul should be thrown into the 9 hells purgatory, never to be reincarnated." Li Xiuyan's voice was ice cold, containing endless killing intent. In fact, many people secretly curled their lips. They simply didn't believe that Lin Feng was a spy for the evil demons. Which demonic power would send a disciple with heaven-defying talent like Lin Feng to another sect as a spy? If he really had such a disciple, he would have nurtured him with all his might. There was no way he would send him out as a spy. Of course, no one would say these words out loud. It was fine to grumble about it in their hearts, but if they said it out loud, they would completely offend Li Xiuyan. Although the Supreme Immortal Sect was the leader of the righteous path, their way of doing things was even more demonic than the evil demons. Everyone knew this, but no one would point it out. Because of this world, this was a world where the strong were respected. The strong set the rules. Why did the people of the Supreme Immortal Sect dare to do this? No one dared to point out the crimes of the Supreme Immortal Sect. The reason was because the Supreme Immortal Sect was powerful. The group sat down and talked about many things. Many people were fawning over Li Xiuyan. Li Xiuyan also enjoyed the feeling of being praised to the heavens. He was alive. Most of the time, it was to fight for face. Obviously, Li Xiuyan was being praised by everyone. How much face did he have? In a few days, when the returning ruins battlefield opens, how about we head there together? Li Xiuyan looked at Dancing Butterfly Fairy and said, "I've already made plans with a few friends. I'm afraid I won't be able to travel with Brother Li. I'm sorry." Dancing Butterfly Fairy declined. Li Xiuyan's heart sank. Dancing Butterfly Fairy did not give him any face, which made him quite angry. However, Li Xiuyan was a shrewd person and would not show it at this time. He nodded and smiled. "It's a pity this time. I hope that Fairy will be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter." Dancing Butterfly Fairy bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Brother Li." Dancing Butterfly Fairy also wishes that Brother Li will be able to obtain a great fortuitous encounter. Following this, Dancing Butterfly Fairy got up and smiled as she said, "It's getting late, so let's all go." Everyone stood up and said goodbye to Dancing Butterfly Fairy and Li Xiuyan. "It's you!" Suddenly, Li Xiuyan's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. His voice sounded like it came from hell, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a lot. Everyone followed Li Xiuyan's gaze and saw a young cultivator. Who is this person? Why is Li Xiuyan so filled with killing intent? Many people were confused. "It's him. He's Lin Feng." Zhou Zimu cried out in shock. "What? He's that Lin Feng?" Many people cried out in shock. This was because not long ago, everyone had been talking about Lin Feng. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually be here? Zhou Zimu said, "I've seen the wanted poster on Lightning Island and have seen his image. This person is definitely Lin Feng." Dancing Butterfly Fairy narrowed her phoenix eyes and looked at Lin Feng. She had heard too much about Lin Feng, and now that she had seen him in person, Dancing Butterfly Fairy was also very curious about what kind of person Lin Feng was. "So what if it's me?" Lin Feng glanced at Li Xiuyan indifferently. They saw Lin Feng's casual attitude when facing Li Xiuyin. Many people could not help but feel excited. Lin Feng did not seem to be afraid of Li Xiuyin. It seemed like there would be a good show to watch. What kind of commotion would these two people cause? I've been looking for you for a long time, but I didn't expect to see you here. It seems like the heavens have eyes. It seems like even the heavens want you to die in my hands. Li Xiuyan's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he looked at Lin Feng with disdain. One should know that it was 10 times harder to become a saint or saintess in the Taishang immortal sect compared to other immortal sects. Many saints and saintesses of the reincarnation immortal sect entered the Taishang immortal sect as core disciples. They were not qualified to become a saint or saintess. There were too many young experts in the Taishang immortal sect. The competition was too great. Therefore, it was almost impossible to become a saint or saintess. The fact that Li Xiuyin could become a saint of the Taishang immortal sect showed how terrifying his strength was. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Don't boast so early. It's not certain who will be the winner." Li Xiuyin laughed coldly as he looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. In his opinion, Lin Feng was not qualified to be his opponent. If he wanted to take Lin Feng's life, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Chapter 1872. Do you know how many cultivators like you there are in my Taishang immortal sect? Li Xiuyin said coldly. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What does that have to do with me?" Li Xiuyin snorted and looked at Lin Feng with disdain. "Cultivators like you are as numerous as the hairs on an ox in my Taishang immortal sect. Normally, cultivators like you don't even have the qualifications to talk to me." Li Xiuyin's arrogance was simply incomprehensible. Many people felt that Li Xiuyin was too arrogant. However, when they thought about how Li Xiuyin was able to stand out from so many disciples of the Taishang immortal sect, it was enough to show how powerful Li Xiuyin was. Li Xiuyin was so arrogant. It seemed that he did have the qualifications. After all, Li Xiuyin's strength was there for all to see. Lin Feng looked at Li Xiuyin indifferently and said, "The disciples of the Taishang immortal sect are really carved out of the same mold. Each one is more arrogant than the other. But when I really fought, I realized that they were just a group of trash who only knew how to brag, but were actually a mess of weak trash. Your fellow sect members were the same as you, each more arrogant than the other, but in the end, didn't they all die at my hands? Brat, you dare to humiliate the disciples of my Taishang immortal sect like this. Even if your sect leader comes, he won't be able to save your little life. There is a life and death arena on the island of immortals. If you have the guts, come with me to the life and death arena. See how I crush you to death." Li Xiuyin sneered and issued a life and death challenge to Lin Feng. Many people became excited. Were the two really going to have a life and death battle? If it was a life and death battle, this battle would definitely be exciting. Many people hoped that Lin Feng would agree. This way, they would be able to watch a life and death battle that would make their blood boil. Moreover, the most important thing was watching a battle between peak experts. It would often bring a lot of inspiration. Perhaps he would be enlightened in one move. He would be able to break through his current cultivation. Lin Feng suddenly sneered. "Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I was thinking. When the time comes, watch how I kill you." Hearing Lin Feng agree, many people became excited. Both sides accepted the challenge. This battle was unavoidable. "Then come with me." Li Xiuyin sneered and took a step forward. His eyes flickered with endless killing intent. "Young masters, please wait." Suddenly, Dancing Butterfly Fairy spoke. Lin Feng and Li Xiuyin both looked at Dancing Butterfly Fairy. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "Both of you have come to listen to butterfly dances, zither music, which is a joyous occasion. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Can the two of you give me some face? Let's settle this grudge, for now. Dancing Butterfly Fairy obviously wanted to be the peacemaker. When the others saw Dancing Butterfly Fairy come out to persuade Lin Feng and Li Xiuyan, they felt a bit depressed. They naturally hoped to see the battle between Lin Feng and Li Xiuyan. But now that Dancing Butterfly Fairy had interfered, his wish was probably not going to come true. Li Xiuyan's expression was uncertain. Finally, he revealed a smile and said, "Since Fairy has stepped forward, I naturally have to give you face." Li Xiuyan was a flirtatious person, and Dancing Butterfly Fairy was such a beautiful woman. Naturally, he wanted to get Dancing Butterfly Fairy into his bed. This was why he gave Dancing Butterfly Fairy some face. In reality, Dancing Butterfly Fairy knew Li Xiuyan's character. This was also why she had rejected his invitation to go to the ultimate battlefield with him. Lin Feng nodded. Dancing Butterfly Fairy gave him a good impression. Since Dancing Butterfly Fairy was the peacemaker, he had to give her some face. This was the principle of how one should deal with things. Li Xiuyan looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, today I'm giving Dancing Butterfly Fairy some face, which is why I'm sparing your dog life. But remember, you won't be so lucky next time. So scram as far as you can and don't appear in front of me again. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." With that, Li Xiuyan walked off into the distance. The group of people who came with Li Xiuyan also left. The surrounding cultivators discussed amongst themselves as they left. Many of them felt that it was a pity. They had hoped that Lin Feng and Li Xiuyan would have a battle to the death. But now, it was impossible for this battle to take place. "Does Lin Gongzi live in this courtyard as well?" Dancing Butterfly Fairy asked. Lin Feng nodded and pointed at a courtyard not too far away, saying, "I live in that courtyard." Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled as she said, "I live in the courtyard next to Lin Gongzi's. I just happened to obtain a type of spirit tea here, but I haven't tried it yet. I wonder if Lin Gongzi would be interested in tasting it." Lin Feng smiled as he said, "Thank you for inviting me, Fairy." Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled as she said, "You're too courteous, young master. Please come with me, young master." Dancing Butterfly Fairy walked towards her courtyard, while a maidservant carefully wrapped up Dancing Butterfly Fairy's zither and carried it on her back. A zither-carrying maidservant. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought of the sword-carrying maidservants and sword-carrying boys. It was rumored that some cultivators would expose their treasured swords to the sun and moon in order to nurture them. That way, the treasured swords would be able to resonate with the heavens and earth. The spirituality of the treasured swords would become stronger and stronger. The power of the treasured swords would also become stronger and stronger. If a treasured sword was placed in a spatial ring, it would be isolated from the heavens and earth. This would cause a certain amount of damage to the treasured sword. Of course, this sort of sword nurturing technique was extremely rare, and those who understood it were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Sword nurturing and zither nurturing were similar. By allowing the zither to resonate with the heavens and earth, the spirituality of the zither would become stronger and stronger, and the power of the zither would also become stronger and stronger. This was why, when he saw Dancing Butterfly Fairy's zither being carried by a maidservant, Lin Feng knew that the zither was not an ordinary zither. It was most likely an extremely powerful treasure. Dancing Butterfly Fairy knew how to nurture a zither. The extreme attacks that Dancing Butterfly Fairy was proficient in were most likely related to the zither. Lin Feng followed Dancing Butterfly Fairy to her residence. After Dancing Butterfly Fairy told Lin Feng to sit down, she took out a spiritual stove, a porcelain pot, and a jade bottle. When Dancing Butterfly Fairy opened the jade bottle, An abundant amount of spiritual energy immediately surged out of the jade bottle. What dense spiritual energy! This must be an extremely rare spirit spring, right? Lin Feng said. Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled and said, "This is a spirit spring that flows from the peak of the western region's heavenly mountain. One drop is worth 1,000 origin crystals." Lin Feng said, "Fairy, are you going to use this spirit spring to make tea?" Dancing Butterfly Fairy nodded slightly. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This Dancing Butterfly Fairy was truly extravagant. She would probably use up over 1,000,000 origin crystals just to make tea. As if she knew what Lin Feng was thinking, Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "Normally, Dancing Butterfly Fairy would not be willing to use this spirit spring water to make tea. She would only use this spring water to entertain the most esteemed guests. And Lin Gongzi is the most esteemed guest in Dancing Butterfly Fairy's eyes." Lin Feng inwardly praised Dancing Butterfly Fairy for having such a pure heart. Not only was her words appropriate, but they also made others feel her sincerity. Moreover, Dancing Butterfly Fairy was so beautiful. After interacting with her for a while, any man would probably have a good impression of Dancing Butterfly Fairy. Chapter 1873. Dancing Butterfly Fairy's tea brewing skills were top-notch, and the tea was brewed with top-grade spiritual spring water. Therefore, the taste was undeniable. After drinking it, a wave of fragrance attacked his taste buds, and his entire body felt extremely comfortable. The moment the spiritual tea entered his stomach, Lin Feng felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy in the tea. It's fragrant without any bitterness. It's light without any sweetness. It makes me salivate as it passes through my throat and leaves a fragrance in my mouth. It's like fine dew and immortal brew. What a good tea. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. Dancing Butterfly Fairy's eyes lit up as she said, "Lin Gongzi is also an expert in the way of tea." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You flatter me. Compared to you, Fairy, we are far apart." "Lin Gongzi is too humble," Dancing Butterfly Fairy said with a smile. The two of them started to chat. They got along quite well. At the start, Lin Feng didn't know much about tea, and he rarely drank tea. Later on, he changed this habit. Drinking spiritual tea often could wash away the impurities in one's body, making one's body purer and purer. This was naturally good for one's cultivation. So Lin Feng changed his habit, drinking spiritual tea often. Now, he was quite familiar with all kinds of spiritual tea and had some insights. After chatting for a while, Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "Lin Gongzi is a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, and you have the protection of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. With your extraordinary cultivation, you won't be afraid of people like Li Xiuyan. However, Li Xiuyan isn't the only one in the Taishang Immortal Sect. There are simply too many experts in this sect, so you must be careful." Lin Feng nodded. Dancing Butterfly Fairy didn't say it too clearly, and Lin Feng knew many things. Dancing Butterfly Fairy was worried that if he continued to fight with the Taishang Immortal Sect, he would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. After all, the Taishang Immortal Sect had too many powerful disciples. Lin Feng was very grateful for Dancing Butterfly Fairy's kindness. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern. I will do my best to pay attention." Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled. She knew that she could only persuade Lin Feng as an outsider. As for how Lin Feng would treat the members of the Supreme Celestial Sect, it was all up to Lin Feng. He couldn't interfere. Dancing Butterfly Fairy continued, "There's another reason why I invited Lin Gongzi here." "Oh, what's the matter?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Due to the fact that the Lightning God's inheritance is about to appear in the Sinkhole battlefield, countless cultivators have come to the Sinkhole Sea region. The Island of Immortals is planning to seize this rare opportunity to hold an auction. This auction will be unprecedented, and many priceless treasures will appear. There might even be quasi-emperor weapons, immortal liquid from the Builder Tree, and many other things that are normally impossible to see. I wonder if Lin Gongzi is interested in attending the auction? Dancing Butterfly Fairy looked at Lin Feng and asked, Quasi-emperor, weapon, Builder Tree's immortal liquid? Lin Feng could tell how extraordinary this auction would be just by hearing these two items. Quasi-emperor weapons could continue to evolve, and once they evolved into true emperor weapons, their value would be unimaginable. There was no need to even mention the immortal liquid from the Builder Tree. After all, it was the origin liquid of the Builder Tree. There was a sapling of the Builder Tree in Lin Feng's Dantian. The Builder Tree Immortal Elixir was used to nurture the saplings of the Builder Tree, allowing them to evolve. Lin Feng had a sapling of the Builder Tree in his body, but it was growing very slowly. However, if he could obtain the immortal liquid of the Builder Tree, the sapling's growth would be extremely fast. The faster the sapling grew, the more benefits Lin Feng would gain. This was because the Builder Tree could absorb the power of providence. It could steal the providence of the world, becoming someone who was born with the will of the world, a true genius of this era. Originally, Lin Feng didn't know much about luck, which was a mysterious and abstruse thing. However, after interacting with Shui Linglong, he knew the phrase, born with the will of the world. As a result, he had a whole new understanding of providence. Of course, the Builder Tree's use was not only to absorb the power of providence. If it grew to a certain extent, it could also continuously absorb immortal qi. The use of immortal qi was self-evident. Previously, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra had given Lin Feng 3 strands of immortal qi, which had greatly increased his cultivation. If the Builder Tree could evolve to a certain extent, it could absorb immortal qi day and night. Whether it was the power of providence or immortal qi, these powers, in the end, they would all be absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Therefore, the immortal liquid of the Builder Tree was very important to Lin Feng. This auction had aroused Lin Feng's interest. At this moment, Dancing Butterfly Fairy continued, If Lin Gongzi is interested in participating in this auction, we can go together. Lin Feng smiled and said, Thank you for your invitation. Fairy, I am indeed very interested in this auction. Dancing Butterfly Fairy also smiled and said, I hope that Lin Gongzi will be able to buy the treasure that he likes. Lin Feng stayed at Dancing Butterfly Fairy's place for a while before leaving. Black Bear Devil King said, This woman seems to be a little too enthusiastic. One must be wary of others. Lin Feng nodded. Without saying anything else, he returned to his residence. Late at night, waves of intense fluctuations came from the mountain and river ring. Lin Feng was awakened as his deep sense invaded the mountain and river ring. Instantly, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. The white jade toad was about to transform. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the white jade toad's evolution would take a long time. He didn't expect that the white jade toad would evolve at this time. To Lin Feng, this was definitely a pleasant surprise. The white jade toad's body emitted waves of astonishing fluctuations. Kacha-kacha! The white jade toad's outermost body completely split open. Then, a new white jade toad crawled out from the cracked body. After the transformation, the white jade toad's body was surrounded by a ball of immortal qi. That immortal qi finally retracted into its body. Seeing that the white jade toad had completed its transformation, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. Next was the second stage of transformation. If the first stage of transformation succeeded, it could help a cultivator detoxify 10,000 poisons. If the second stage of transformation succeeded, what kind of shocking ability would it obtain? This point, Lin Feng was looking forward to it. Of course, he was also very clear. If he wanted the white jade toad to continue evolving, he needed to find more poisons for the white jade toad to devour. This way, the white jade toad could quickly evolve to a higher level. Lin Feng's spiritual sense didn't immediately leave the mountain and river ring. Following that, his spiritual sense arrived at the immemorial ancestral insect egg. Right now, Lin Feng was using the dragon-swallowing scorpion wolf bats to nurture the immemorial ancestral insect egg. The incubation of the immemorial ancestral insect egg was more difficult, but after absorbing a large amount of dragon-swallowing scorpion wolf bats' origin energy, Lin Feng discovered that the outermost layer of the immemorial ancestral insect egg's eggshell was densely covered with divine patterns. Numerous cracks had already appeared on the surface of the stone. Chapter 1874. There are already cracks, that's great. Seeing the cracks on the egg, Lin Feng's face lit up. The dragon-swallowing scorpion wolf bat's source energy was indeed a great supplement for the egg. Now that the outer shell of the primordial ancestral worm egg had begun to crack, it might not be long before the larvae hatched. This made Lin Feng very happy. He used his divine will to sense the mountain river ring and found that the four sacred beasts, Bibi, Dragon Rabbit, and soul-swallowing beast were all resting. The little mermaid, Naza, was swimming freely in the lake. Her alluring body floated on the surface of the water. How mesmerizing! He admired the little mermaid, Nazar's perfect figure. Lin Feng's divine will left the mountain river ring. He then sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate with the archaic dragonesque elephant art. On the path of cultivation, it was like sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. Hence, he couldn't relax at all. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the auction. Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy rode a beast carriage to the auction house. The auction house was very lively, and there were all sorts of luxurious beast carriages parked in the square. Countless cultivators came from all over to participate in the auction. However, the standards of this auction were very high, and not just anyone could enter. There were so many cultivators who wanted to participate in this auction, but in the end, the number of people who could enter the auction was very few. Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy got off the beast carriage. "Look, it's Dancing Butterfly Fairy." Many people cried out when they saw Dancing Butterfly Fairy, and many people rushed over to greet her. Dancing Butterfly Fairy was very popular in the returning ruins sea region. However, some people also noticed Lin Feng. Although Dancing Butterfly Fairy had countless suitors. However, Dancing Butterfly Fairy had never been alone with a man before. But now, Dancing Butterfly Fairy and Lin Feng appeared alone, which made many people's imaginations run wild. Who was that man? This was the question in many people's minds. A commotion could be heard from afar as tens of cultivators walked over. The one in the lead was an old woman with a dragon-headed walking stick. Seeing the arrival of this group of people, everyone took the initiative to open up a path. These people were all from the Great Immortals Island. The old woman's identity was even more extraordinary. The old woman was called Li Miaohua. Although the name sounded a little tacky, it was said that this old woman was a peerless beauty when she was young. He had lived for more than 12 million years. His strength had already reached the stage of comprehending the creation together. He could definitely be called an old antique. Currently, the old woman was known as Granny Miao Hua by the cultivators of the returning ruins sea region. Furthermore, the old woman had a very shocking identity. That is, the old woman's elder brother was the old island master of the myriad immortals island. Therefore, the old woman's status in the great immortals island was incomparably noble. Seeing Granny Meow Hua walk over, Dancing Butterfly Fairy hurriedly bowed. Granny Meow Hua was very happy to see Dancing Butterfly Fairy and helped her up. Girl, there's no need to be so polite. I was planning to visit your master. I wonder if your master is in closed-door cultivation? If she is in closed-door cultivation, I will wait for her to come out before visiting her. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, reporting to Granny, Master is not in closed-door cultivation. When Dancing Butterfly Fairy came out, Master was still talking about Granny. Good. In a few days, I will set off. Granny Meow Hua said kindly. In reality, this Granny Meow Hua did not look like a kind person. This granny was imposing without being angry. She had the aura of a superior, ordinary cultivators. They did not even dare to look directly at Granny Meow Hua. However, Granny Meow Hua's attitude towards Dancing Butterfly Fairy seemed to be different from others. At this time, Granny Meow Hua saw Lin Feng and was surprised. She said with a smile that was not a smile, Girl, who is this young man? Aren't you going to introduce him to Granny? Granny Meow Hua looked at Lin Feng with a kind expression, causing Lin Feng to feel flattered. He guessed that this Granny Meow Hua treated him as Dancing Butterfly Fairy's lover. Love me, love my dog. That was why she was so kind to him, Dancing Butterfly Fairy said. Granny, this is Reincarnation Immortal Sex Disciple Lin Feng. He is Dancing Butterfly Fairy's friend. Junior Lin Feng greets Granny. Lin Feng bowed towards Granny Meow Hua. When Granny Meow Hua heard the words Lin Feng, she was shocked. She was a little surprised. Obviously, he had heard of Lin Feng's achievements. It's good to be young. Granny Meow Hua sighed and looked at Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy with a kind gaze. She saw such a perfect couple standing together. They were truly a perfect match. A perfect match. Dancing Butterfly Fairy's face turned slightly red. She knew that Granny Meow Hua must have misunderstood. Just as she was about to explain, Granny Meow Hua said, Li Liang, accompany Dancing Butterfly Fairy and young Master Lin. Treat them well. Yes, Granny. A handsome young master stepped out and replied, Lass, Granny still has things to do. Go play by yourself. If you see anything you like in the auction, don't be afraid if you don't have enough money. Just buy it. Granny will pay for it for you. Granny Meow Hua said kindly. Dancing Butterfly Fairy swallowed the words she wanted to say. Then Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled and said, Thank you, Granny. Dancing Butterfly Fairy wishes Granny all the best. Lass, you have such a sweet mouth. Granny Meow Hua patted Dancing Butterfly Fairy's head and left with the group. Sister Dancing Butterfly Fairy, Brother Lin, please follow me, Li Liang said with a smile. At this moment, Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, Li Liang is the direct descendant of the old island master. We have known each other since we were young. Lin Feng nodded and cupped his fists. Please lead the way, Brother Li. Li Liang said with a smile. Brother Lin, you are welcome. Under Li Liang's lead, Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy entered the auction house. The auction house had an oval-shaped structure, and there were countless seats densely packed together. At a glance, it made one feel dizzy. Under Li Liang's lead, Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy entered a private room. More and more cultivators entered the auction house. Li Liang accompanied Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy for a while and chatted with them. He felt that he shouldn't be a third wheel by their side anymore. Thus, he found an excuse to leave. Are you very close to this Granny Meow Hua? Lin Feng asked Dancing Butterfly Fairy. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, She is my master. She has been good friends with Granny Meow Hua for more than 12 million years. Lin Feng nodded. So, There was such a relationship. No wonder Granny Meow Hua was so kind to Dancing Butterfly Fairy. 2 hours later, dong dong dong, the sound of gongs rang out in the auction house. Everyone's spirits were suddenly shaken. The auction house. It had begun. Chapter 1875. At this moment, two cultivators walked up to the auction stage. One was a beautiful woman, and the other was an old man. The old man said loudly, "Everyone, I am Li Shichong, and this is my partner, Fan Li Mei. On behalf of the Myriad Immortals Island Auction House, the two of us welcome everyone. Next, we will auction the first item." As the old man's voice fell, a maidservant walked up with a tray. On the tray, there was a piece of brocade that covered the item inside. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Everyone was guessing what might be inside. The first item of the auction was called Good Start. Therefore, the first item of the auction was usually a treasure. Therefore, when they saw this auction item, many people were extremely curious. What kind of treasure was this? The two auctioneers did not keep people in suspense. Fan Li Mei directly lifted the brocade. Suddenly, a treasure appeared in everyone's sight. It turned out to be a golden Buddha. The golden Buddha was shrouded in Buddhist light. When the golden Buddha appeared, the golden Buddha was surrounded by Buddhist light. The entire auction house was filled with the sound of ancient Buddhist chanting. It was as if 3,000 ancient Buddhas had appeared here and were chanting Buddhist scriptures together. "This is the All Manifestations Golden Buddha." Someone exclaimed. "What? All Manifestations Golden Buddha? It manifests all the phenomena in the heavens and billions of gods and Buddhas. It is said that this treasure was created by 36 ancient Buddhas in the immortal ancient era. Once it is activated, it will transform into a boundless Buddha that can kill immortals and suppress evil. It is a giant Buddha puppet with infinite power." Immediately, a cultivator pointed out the origin of the All Manifestations Golden Buddha. This naturally caused a huge commotion. Such a giant Buddha puppet was definitely a supreme treasure. It could not only deal with ordinary cultivators. Most importantly, it could suppress evil cultivators, demons, and monsters in a crushing manner. This was because Buddhism could suppress evil cultivators and demons. The Golden Buddha puppet was also a supreme treasure created by an eminent Buddhist monk. Naturally, the suppression of evil cultivators would be even greater. Everyone, this Golden Buddha puppet is infused with the Buddhist psyche power of 36 ancient Buddhas. Every time it activates one Buddhist psyche power, the power of the ancient Buddha puppet will increase substantially. It can activate 36 Buddhist psyche power at most, so it can increase the strength of the ancient Buddhas by 36 times. Li Shichong said. Many people were discussing animatedly. Obviously, they were very interested in this treasure. If he had such a powerful treasure, in that case, it would be equivalent to having a powerful clone. It could not only deal with ordinary cultivators. Most importantly, it was a deterrent to evil cultivators, demons, and monsters. It was enough to deter those evil cultivators and demons from approaching. Fan Li Mei said, "The starting bid for this 1,000-form Golden Buddha is 3 million origin crystals. Every bid must not be lower than 100,000. Let the bidding begin." The auction items were very unique. Generally, the starting price would be relatively low. However, during the actual auction, there would often be a sky-high price. It was the same for the auction of the All Manifestations Golden Buddhas. After a brief silence, someone broke the silence and called out a bid of 4 million origin crystals. Someone started bidding. Gradually, more and more cultivators joined in. The price of the All Manifestations Golden Buddha continued to rise. Soon, it reached 30 million origin crystals. However, it had no intention of stopping. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, The final price of this golden Buddha puppet will probably be over 100 million. Lin Feng nodded and said, "This treasure is indeed very attractive." "Lin Gongzi, are you not going to bid?" Dancing Butterfly Fairy asked. Lin Feng said, "I am indeed somewhat interested. If Fairy wants to bid, I definitely won't try to steal it from you." Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi can participate in the auction. Dancing Butterfly Fairy has no intention of bidding for this treasure." Lin Feng nodded slightly. At this time, the price of the All Manifestations Golden Buddha continued to rise. Not long after, it broke through the 50 million origin crystals price. After the price reached 50 million origin crystals, many people began to withdraw. After all, this price was already quite high. It was not a price that ordinary factions could afford. At the same time, some cultivators from the major forces also joined in the new round of competition. In the end, the price of the treasure rose to 120 million origin crystals. After the price reached 120 million origin crystals. After that, no one continued to participate in the bidding. This price had clearly exceeded many people's bottom line. 130 million origin crystals. Lin Feng called out a price, 140 million origin crystals. The other party continued to bid, 200 million origin crystals. Lin Feng called out another price. Many people looked towards Lin Feng's private room in shock. Who was the cultivator inside? He was actually so rich. He increased the price by 60 million origin crystals in one go. He was determined to obtain the All Manifestations Golden Buddha. However, the private room was covered by a restriction. The people inside the private room could see what was going on outside. The people outside could not see what was going on inside. The last cultivator to participate in the bidding also chose to withdraw. In the end, the All Manifestations Golden Buddha was bought by Lin Feng for 200 million origin crystals. Dancing Butterfly Fairy looked at Lin Feng in shock. She had not expected Lin Feng to be so rich. He did not treat money as money at all. Dancing Butterfly Fairy did not know Lin Feng could refine demonic immortal pills. One demonic immortal pill could be exchanged for 500 origin crystals. For a mere 200 million origin crystals, Lin Feng only needed to refine 400,000 demonic immortal pills. To him, it was a drop in the bucket. Lin Feng still had more than 100 billion demonic immortal pills on him. Not long after, Li Liang personally arrived. A maidservant walked in with a tray. "Ha! Brother Lin is really generous. You bought the All Manifestations Golden Buddha for 200 million origin crystals. I have already brought the All Manifestations Golden Buddha for you." Li Liang waved his hand. The pretty maidservant placed the tray on the table. Lin Feng undid the cloth and checked it. When he found that there were no problems, he nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Li, for coming here personally." "Brother Lin, you're welcome. I'll be in the auction. If there's anything, you can ask the maidservants outside to inform me," Li Liang said with a smile. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. Li Liang then left the private room with the maidservant. Dancing Butterfly Fairy looked at the All Manifestations Golden Buddha carefully. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. As expected of a Buddhist treasure, the Buddhist karma it contains is really strong. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said after sensing it for a while. Lin Feng nodded. The two of them studied the All Manifestations Golden Buddha for a while. Then Lin Feng poured his magic power into the All Manifestations Golden Buddha and refined it. Chapter 1876. After Lin Feng refined the myriad Golden Buddha, he suddenly felt that the Great Karma Technique and the Great Purification Technique, two of the 3,000 Great Tao, had started to circulate on their own. This made him extremely shocked. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this myriad golden Buddha could help him increase the power of two of the 3,000 Great Tao? Lin Feng had already cultivated the Great Purification Technique to the perfected stage. However, Lin Feng had only cultivated the Great Karma Technique to the lesser mastery stage. This was because the Great Karma Technique's ranking was too high and too profound. It was extremely difficult to comprehend. Therefore, Lin Feng could not comprehend its mysteries. Therefore, after such a long time, he had not been able to break through in time. But now, this myriad golden Buddha seemed to be able to allow the Great Karma Technique to continue to break through. This made Lin Feng happy. However, this place was not a cultivation place, so he put away the myriad golden Buddha. The auction continued, and treasures were taken out for auction one after another. Dharma treasures, pills, natural treasures, jade talismans, antiques, immortal iron, divine stones, and so on. Anything that could be thought of. The auction house could take them out. And this time, Lin Feng's main goal was the Builder Tree's immortal liquid. Therefore, he had been waiting for the Builder Tree's immortal liquid to appear. An ordinary treasure. He rarely participated in the competition. The Heavenly Demon Questioning Painting. This ancient painting was created by a heavenly demon, the Arch. It contains a heart-tempering technique that can help cultivators consolidate their Tao heart. Moreover, it is said that it also records a top-notch soul-tempering technique passed down by the heavenly demon, the Arch. If one can comprehend it, they will definitely benefit greatly. However, when cultivating this technique, evil and demonic thoughts will invade one's soul. If one can't withstand it, one will completely turn into a demon. Li Shichang introduced a new auction item. Many cultivators were interested in this auction item. They had cultivated to the immortal state. Many people were extremely confident in themselves and believed that their strong willpower could defeat all kinds of evil and demonic thoughts. Therefore, many people did not take Li Shichang's reminder to heart. Fan Lime said with a smile, "Everyone, the starting price of this heavenly demon questioning painting is 2 million origin crystals. Each bid must be at least 200,000. 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. Suddenly, many people participated in the competition. The heavenly devil questioning heart portrait was even more attractive to evil devil cultivators. Therefore, many of the people participating in the bidding were experts of the evil Tao and devil Tao. Of course, righteous Tao cultivators were also involved. The price of the demonic heart questioning diagram. It also continued to climb. It didn't take long for the price to reach 30 million origin crystals. But after reaching this price, he still had no intention of stopping. Instead, the competition became more and more intense. Soon, the price of the demonic heart Inquisition portrait rose to 70 million. After the price reached 70 million, there were very few people competing for it. 73 million. At this moment, Dancing Butterfly Fairy called out a new price. Lin Feng looked at Fairy Dancing Butterfly in surprise and asked, "Fairy, are you interested in this evil demon treasure as well?" The Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "I've heard of the Heavenly Demon Inquisition painting before, and since I've seen it today, it's fate. I plan to buy it and study it." Lin Feng nodded. 75 million. At this time, another person shouted out a price. After a round of bidding, the Demonic Heart Inquisition portrait was finally bought by Dancing Butterfly Fairy for 110 million. Not long after, Li Liang came again. Last time, he had brought the 10,000 elephant golden Buddha to Lin Feng, and this time, He brought the demonic heart Inquisition portrait to Dancing Butterfly Fairy. All sorts of treasures were being auctioned off. Lin Feng spent most of his time watching. However, if there were any precious, immortal iron, divine stones, or formation materials, he would buy them. He could use all of these things. Immortal iron and divine stones could be used to forge magic treasures. They would be used when he formed an army in the future. As for formation materials, they could be used when setting up large formations. Next up is a supreme treasure. This treasure is a piece of immortal iron called the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron, a metal-type sacred artifact. Li Shichang introduced the auction item that was brought up by the servant girl. This auction item was the size of a fist and had a dark gold luster. It was a dark golden metal. It was the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron, a metal-type sacred artifact. Hearing Li Shichang's introduction of the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If he could refine a metal-type sacred artifact, wouldn't his great metal elemental technique be perfected? Now, the great earth elemental technique and the great fire elemental technique had been perfected. If the great metal elemental technique was perfected, then there would be 3 types of great Tao perfected in the great 5 elements. He would be one step closer to perfecting the 5 elements. When he perfected the 5 elements, he would be able to control the 5 elements of heaven and earth, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When the time came, he would give birth to the 5 elements' sacred spirits. He would be compatible with the 5 elements of heaven and earth. His cultivation level would increase greatly. What? This is the metal-type sacred artifact, the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron. This is good stuff. If I refine it, my metal-type divine ability will soon be perfected. I must get this treasure. Many people looked at the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron with burning gazes. Fan Limei said, "The starting price of this mysterious gold immortal spirit iron is 5 million origin crystals. Each bid must not be lower than 500,000. The auction will now officially begin. 30 million. As Fan Limei's voice fell, suddenly someone shouted out a bid. This cultivator obviously wanted to scare off the other bidders by greatly increasing the bid. However, it was useless. It was unrealistic to want to scare off the other bidders with 30 million, 35 million, 40 million, 60 million, 65 million, 80 million, 90 million, 100 million. The price of the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron rose very quickly. Soon, it reached 100 million, but it still had no intention of stopping. This was a metal-type sacred artifact that could evolve divine abilities. It made many people go crazy. 110 million, 120 million. The price continued to soar. Soon, the price soared to 180 million. Only at this price did the bidders begin to decrease. "I want this treasure," a silver-haired youth said, indifferently. His words attracted a lot of people's attention. "Little brat, who do you think you are? If you want it, it's yours. You're still wet behind the ears. Go home and drink milk." Immediately, a cultivator cursed. That silver-haired youth was really too young, because he did not hide his life aura. It was easy to sense his life aura. That silver-haired youth, he was only 11 years old. Chapter 1877. At the age of 11, he had a head of silver hair. Everything about this youth was so extraordinary. Could he be a cultivator from the silver-haired race? Someone said they felt that this youth was very likely from the silver-haired race. This race was very powerful. The youth's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "Who dares to be so rude to me? Get out here." Many people were astonished. This youth's courage wasn't small. No matter how extraordinary his background was, however, he was only an 11-year-old boy. He actually dared to ask the cultivator, who scolded him to get out here. He didn't put that cultivator in his eyes at all. "Little brat, you've been so arrogant since you were young. How old do you think you can live?" The cultivator, who scolded the silver-haired youth, just now mocked him again. The silver-haired youth turned his head in a direction. Everyone also turned their heads to look. Immediately, they saw a black-clothed cultivator looking at the silver-haired youth with a cold smile. "Yiwuyo, it's actually this person. This guy is a rising star of the demonic path. He has only cultivated for 2,300 years and has already cultivated to the true God realm. His future is limitless," someone whispered, recognizing the identity of the cultivator who mocked the silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth's eyes became colder. Swish! Suddenly, a dense killing intent rose from his body. In that instant, the entire auction house had turned into a scene from hell. Many people's bodies were trembling. Their faces were pale as they looked at the silver-haired youth with fear. Such a terrifying killing intent almost formed a magnetic field. Is it really coming from the silver-haired youth's body? Suddenly, the killing intent emitted from the silver-haired youth's body flew towards the black-clothed cultivator like lightning. The black-clothed cultivator's expression was indifferent. He swept out his palm, wanting to break the silver-killing intent emitted from the silver-haired youth's body. Puff! The sound of something being torn apart suddenly rang out. The killing intent directly cut off the black-clothed cultivator's arm. The black-clothed cultivator couldn't help but let out an incomparably shrill scream. The killing intent didn't weaken and continued to slash towards the black-clothed cultivator's head. Puff! Blood splattered. The black-clothed cultivator didn't even have the strength to resist, and his head was chopped off. How is this possible? Many people exclaimed. They couldn't believe their eyes. The dead black-robed cultivator was a true god. He was actually killed by a murderous aura emitted from the silver-haired youth's body. Wasn't this silver-haired youth a little too terrifying? Of course. What everyone found the most unbelievable was that silver-haired youth was only 11 years old. How could he have such strength at such a young age? Many people thought of their own age and strength, and they even had the urge to kill themselves. Who is this silver-haired youth? He's only 11 years old, yet he already possesses such strength. Isn't this a little too heaven-defying? Many people said in shock. This silver-haired youth is called by Shusheng. Rumor has it that he came out from a stone. Although he has silver hair, he isn't from the silver-haired race. Some say that he might be from the legendary celestial race. Someone said, "What? Heavenly human race?" The lofty heavenly human tribe, the first race that appeared after the creation of the world. Many people exclaimed. They couldn't believe their ears. The heavenly human tribe was mysterious, ancient, and powerful. The current heavenly human tribe was almost impossible to find in the lower realm. Most of the heavenly human tribe lived in the celestial realm. Their numbers were extremely small. Rumor has it that the heavenly human tribe cultivators can refine the human blood pill. After swallowing it, one's cultivation will increase by 10 million years. Someone said with a murderous look in his eyes, increasing one's cultivation by 10 million years was equivalent to increasing one's strength by 10 million years of cultivation. Therefore, one could imagine increasing one's cultivation by 10 million years. To cultivators, it was extremely tempting. Many people looked at Bai Shusheng with murderous intent when they heard this. Many people were tempted to kill Bai Shusheng and refine him into a human blood pill. Everyone, I advise you not to act rashly. Bai Shusheng might be young, but his cultivation base is profound. Moreover, He's a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. Someone said, a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. Many people's expressions changed. That's right. Bai Shusheng's identity is not simple. The stone that sealed him was found at the foot of the main peak of the reincarnation immortal sect. It's said that the reincarnation immortal sect spent countless treasures to nurture Bai Shusheng. After 3,000 years, Bai Shusheng finally broke out of the stone. The cultivator continued. It was obvious that he knew something that the others did not. The stone seal was special. Usually, the age of a living being sealed by the stone would be fixed at the time of the seal. Only by breaking the stone would one's age gradually increase. Bai Shusheng was only 3 years old when he broke out of the stone. 8 years had passed since then. Bai Shusheng was 11 years old this year. Many people did not expect Bai Shusheng to be a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. The cultivators who wanted to kill Bai Shusheng now had to reconsider if they could bear the wrath of the reincarnation immortal sect. The auction house quickly disposed of the black-robed cultivator's body and cleaned up the bloodstains on the seats. Bai Shusheng said coldly, "I'll pay 300 million for this dark gold immortal spirit iron." The moment this price was announced, many people couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had raised the price by 120 million in one go. It was obvious that Bai Shusheng was determined to get his hands on this metal elemental holy artifact. 300 million. Young Master Bai has raised the price to 300 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Family May asked. The entire auction house was silent. The price had exceeded many people's bottom line. Bai Shusheng looked smug when he saw that no one else wanted to bid for it. 400 million. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Someone is bidding for it. After a short moment of silence, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Although the dark gold immortal spirit iron was precious, 300 million was still considered a sky-high price. Now, someone had raised the price to 400 million. It was obvious that he was interested in this treasure. He was determined to get his hands on it. 2 tigers were fighting. One of them was bound to be injured. Everyone was happy to watch the intense bidding. It's him, the cultivator, who won the bid for the all-creation golden Buddha. A cultivator said. He could tell which room the voice came from. That person is very mysterious. He must have spent close to 300 million, right? Now he's taking out another 400 million to bid for the dark gold immortal spirit iron. How rich is he? A cultivator said. At that moment, everybody was looking at Lin Feng's private room in a ferocious way. In the world of the sea, it was very common for people to kill others for their treasures. Therefore, many people looked at Lin Feng, who was in the room. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to steal his wealth. Someone overestimates himself and dares to compete with me for my treasure? You're really overestimating yourself. Today, I'll let you know that you're nothing but a pauper in front of me. Bai Shusheng sneered. He flicked his sleeves and made another bid. 500 million. The entire auction house was in an uproar. The two of them were really going against each other. There was going to be a good show to watch. Chapter 1878. Everyone was discussing fervently, looking forward to the fierce battle between Lin Feng and Bai Shusheng. Lin Feng said calmly, "Oh, you're calling me a pauper? Bai Shusheng, do you think you can show off in front of me just because you're rich? 1 billion. I'll bid 1 billion. If you have the money, you can continue bidding. Let's see who's the pauper." Lin Feng bid 1 billion. In the auction house, exclamations of surprise could be heard one after another. He had doubled the price in one go. He was simply too generous with his money. It was too shocking. At this moment, everyone looked at Bai Shusheng. Bai Shushing had just said that the cultivator in the private room was a pauper. He had slapped Bai Shushing in the face. Many people were looking forward to seeing what Bai Shushing would do next. Bai Shushing's expression suddenly darkened, and he sneered. 2 billion. Many people felt that their breathing had become heavy. Bai Shushing had no intention of backing out. This competition was really too exciting. 10 billion. Lin Feng continued to bid. When the price was called, in the auction house, there was complete silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the experienced auctioneers Li Shichang and Fan Limei were completely dumbfounded. He had raised the price from 2 billion to 10 billion in one go. It was too crazy. Bai Shushing's expression suddenly froze, and his expression became gloomy. He did not expect Lin Feng to raise the price to 10 billion. Bai Shushing was very rich. That was because he had previously obtained an immortal abode. There were more than 10 billion origin crystals in the immortal abode. However, Bai Shushing had squandered a lot of origin crystals in the past few years. Therefore, he still had more than 900,000 origin crystals on him. Lin Feng had directly raised the price from 200,000 to 1 million. Bai Shushing was powerless. He could no longer compete with Lin Feng. What? You can't afford the price? Between you and me, who's the pauper? I'm sure you're very clear now, right? Lin Feng could not help but say. Okay. I'll remember you. You killed for nothing. I will definitely cut off your head. Bai Shushing's voice was filled with killing intent. Angry, out of humiliation. Ha. A pauper like you dares to say that you want to kill me? This young master can smash you to death with origin crystals. Scram as far as you can. Don't continue to embarrass yourself here, Lin Feng said with a laugh. Boom. Bai Shushing's body exuded boundless killing intent. That terrifying killing intent was like a vast ocean surging towards the room Lin Feng was in. Bai Shushing seemed to want to kill Lin Feng right now. How dare you? Suddenly, a cold shout resounded. Bai Shushing had condensed his killing intent. It was instantly shattered. This was definitely an ancestor-level existence. How can my great immortal island auction allow a junior like you to behave so atrociously? If you want to continue to participate in the auction, then stay here honestly. If you want to make trouble, my great immortal island auction house doesn't mind asking you to leave. The owner of that cold snort said coldly. Many people muttered in their hearts. Why didn't the great immortal island auction house appear when the black-robed cultivator was killed? Why did they appear now? Wasn't it because the person Bai Shushing wanted to deal with was too rich? The great immortal island auction house had now made a choice between that person and Bai Shushing. Bai Shushing's expression was extremely gloomy. Although he was young, he was ruthless. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Although he felt extremely sullen and angry, Bai Shushing knew that he could only swallow his anger at this moment. He soared into the sky and flew out of the auction house. Bai Shushing no longer had the face to continue staying in the auction house. Black gold immortal spirit iron. 10 billion origin crystals going once. Black gold immortal spirit iron. 10 billion origin crystals going twice. Black gold immortal spirit iron. 10 billion origin crystals going thrice. Sold. Fan Limei's right hand was trembling as she slammed the gavel down. She had been an auctioneer for so long. This was the first time she had sold for such a high price. Phew, many people heaved a sigh of relief. The battle between Lin Feng and Bai Shushing had been too exciting. Now, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the private room, fairy dancing butterfly smiled bitterly. Lin Gongzi, don't tell me you also obtained a few immortal mansions? Otherwise, how could you have so many origin crystals? Lin Feng smiled. If I said no, you wouldn't believe me, said Lin Feng. At that moment, Li Liang entered the private room again. Haha, Brother Lin, congratulations. I've brought you the black gold immortal spirit iron. Li Liang said with a smile. Li Liang's joy came from the bottom of his heart. This auction house belonged to the great immortal island. The Li family had 9 generations of ancestors who had been island masters of the great immortal island. It was reasonable to say that the great immortal island belonged to the Li family. The higher the price, the more the Li family would earn. As a direct descendant of the Li family, Li Liang was naturally overjoyed. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Liang left. Lin Feng put away the black gold immortal spirit iron. Next, one treasure after another was brought out for auction. Lin Feng didn't make a move. Only when the quasi-emperor weapon appeared did Lin Feng make a move. That quasi-emperor weapon was the dark demon wings. The price of this treasure rose to more than 17 billion. The cultivator competing with Lin Feng had a gloomy expression. He called out a price of 18 billion. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would continue to call out a higher price. However, no one expected that. Lin Feng would choose to withdraw. In the end, the quasi-emperor weapon was bought by that cultivator for a sky-high price of 18 billion. Although the dark demon wings is a quasi-emperor weapon, its greatest use is to increase the speed of a cultivator's flight. Although its attack power is quite strong, its attack power is only at the level of a giant soldier god. For a cultivator, flying is far less useful than attacking or defending. Therefore, the price of the dark demon wings is at most 10 billion. It can't go any higher. However, the price has reached 18 billion. It has exceeded the actual price by too much. A cultivator said. The original price was estimated to be around 10 billion. Who asked that rich guy to participate in the competition? The price actually soared to 18 billion. This is too ridiculous. Moreover, this guy actually withdrew from the competition. The cultivator, who bought the dark demon wings, in the end, must be feeling the pinch, right? Many people whispered to each other. In the private room, Dancing Butterfly Fairy asked, "Why didn't you continue to compete? This isn't like you." Previously, Lin Feng would buy anything that caught his eye, no matter how high the price was. He voluntarily withdrew from the competition. This was the first time. Therefore, Dancing Butterfly Fairy was very confused as to why Lin Feng withdrew. Could it be that he didn't have enough origin crystals to continue bidding? Chapter 1879. Lin Feng said, "I originally planned to buy it, but when I thought about how such a treasure wouldn't be of much use to me, I gave up on it." The dark demon wings mainly increased speed. Lin Feng was very confident in his speed. In addition, if he relied too much on the dark demon wings, it might cause him to slack off on his cultivation. Therefore, Lin Feng withdrew from the bidding. Dancing Butterfly Fairy nodded. All kinds of treasures were taken out for auction. After that, Lin Feng didn't participate in the bidding. Dancing Butterfly Fairy, on the other hand, bid for a few treasures. The next item to be auctioned has a great origin. Li Shichang said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a maidservant walked over with a tray. On the tray, there was a porcelain bottle. Many people's spirits were shaken. A treasure that Li Shichang valued. So much was probably not simple. Li Shichang said, "Everyone should have heard of the builder tree, right?" "Of course I've heard of it. The Jianmu tree is one of the 3 divine trees that were born at the beginning of the world. Back then, the Jianmu tree grew in the 9 regions, and its branches extended into the boundless space and time. It is said that the branches of the Jianmu tree penetrated many worlds, such as the undying realm, the heavenly realm, and even the underworld. This ancient tree is unimaginably huge. Back then, Many cultivators in the 9 regions even climbed along the trunk of the Jianmu tree to various worlds. Unfortunately, the Jianmu tree was later destroyed. Someone said, "Yes, it's really a pity. If the builder tree wasn't destroyed, the 9 prefectures would still be as glorious as before." Another cultivator lamented. Li Shichang said, "Everyone, this porcelain bottle contains the builder tree's origin immortal liquid. It's a peerless soul treasure. Whether it's used for your own cultivation, nurturing spirit beasts' natural treasures, or various immortal trees, the builder tree's immortal liquid can play a huge role." What? This is the builder tree's immortal liquid? Heavens, such a thing was actually passed down. The builder tree's immortal liquid is the builder tree's origin immortal liquid. Many people exclaimed as they looked at the Jianmu tree's immortal elixir with burning eyes. Such a treasure was enough to drive many people crazy. Li Shichang continued, "It is said that there are still some fragments of the Jianmu tree left in this world. If you can find it, you can use the elixir to activate the fragment of the builder tree. That way, you can grow saplings of the builder tree. The saplings of the builder tree can absorb the chi of heaven and earth and help cultivators defy the heavens and change their fate. They can even absorb immortal chi and help cultivators greatly increase their cultivation." Fan Limei smiled and said, "The builder tree immortal elixir has too many uses. Just now, Elder Li only introduced a small part of them to everyone. Everyone here is experienced and knowledgeable, so I'm sure you all know how precious the builder tree immortal elixir is and how valuable it is. The starting bid for this bottle of builder tree immortal elixir is 10 million, and each bid cannot be lower than 1 million. The auction will now officially begin. 20 million. As soon as Fan Limei's voice fell, a voice sounded. The auction hall, which was originally filled with excitement, suddenly became silent. The cultivators who were originally eager to participate in the auction all had uncertain expressions on their faces. Because the first cultivator to shout out a bid, it turned out to be that rich and overbearing guy. Previously, this guy had participated in the bidding for the dark demon wings, and eventually withdrew. As long as this guy chose to bid, any auction item would be sold at a sky-high price. Many cultivators or forces with average strength simply gave up on bidding and chose to watch the show. Some cultivators or forces with strong financial resources also became hesitant. The auction of the dark demon wings. It was still vivid in their minds. They were also very worried that they would continue bidding with that rich and overbearing guy. In the end, even if they bought it, it would definitely be at a sky-high price that would make people vomit blood. The gains did not make up for the losses. Although the builder tree immortal elixir is precious, this is not our main goal. Since this person wants the builder tree immortal elixir, let him have it. It can also be considered a good karma. That's right, let him have it. If it is really sold at a sky-high price like the dark demon wings, even if we get it, it will be a huge loss. Instead of that, it's better not to bid. Moreover, if we use too much funds when our target auction item appears, we won't have enough funds. That will be troublesome. In the void, many divine senses were communicating. A strange scene occurred. After Lin Feng announced the first price, Lin Feng said, "In the entire auction, no one bid a second time. Everyone, this is the builder tree immortal elixir. Isn't anyone interested?" Li Shichang asked anxiously. So far, the builder tree immortal elixir was the first auction item with a starting price of 10 million origin crystals. The auction house estimated that the price of this auction item would be around 20 to 30 billion origin crystals. But now, no one was bidding. The cultivators or forces that were not strong enough planned to watch the show. The cultivators of the major forces did not plan to bid with Lin Feng, lest they ruin their established auction strategy. That was what led to this strange situation. Lin Feng was also surprised. He had not expected such a situation. When he found out that the Builder Tree Immortal Elixir was the auction item, he was very excited and could not wait to call out the price. However, no one chose to bid. This was completely beyond his expectations. Many people were whispering to each other, and Li Shicheng and Fan Limei kept encouraging everyone to bid. However, no one bid. Time passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, an incense stick's worth of time had passed. Fairy Dancing Butterfly hurriedly said, "An incense stick's worth of time has passed, and no one has bid. Can we announce the result now?" The 9 provinces method of time was based on the 24-hour method. The details were as follows. There were 24 hours in a day. 1 hour had 4 quarters. 1 hour had 3 cups of tea. 1 cup of tea had 2 incense sticks of time. An incense stick's worth of time had 5 minutes. 1 minute had 6 fingers, and 1 finger had 10 moments. An incense stick's worth of time was equivalent to 5 minutes now. The auction house's rules were that if no one bid within an incense stick's worth of time after the starting price was called out, the auction item would be taken back, and the next item would be auctioned. If one person chose to bid, however, after an incense stick's worth of time, no one bid. The auction item would belong to the only cultivator who bid. If there were many people participating in a normal auction, and no one chose to bid within a minute after someone called out a price, the auction house would announce the ownership of the auction item. Now, after Lin Feng called out a bid of 20 million for the first time, an incense stick's worth of time had passed, and still no one bid. Therefore, the auction house had to announce the ownership of the Builder Tree Immortal Elixir. The faces of the auction house's people were about to turn green. This was one of the auction house's most important auction items. If it was sold for 20 million, they would suffer a huge loss. However, the auction house's rules could not be violated. This was a matter of credibility. Fan Limei shouted, 20 million Builder Tree Immortal Liquid going once, 20 million Builder Tree Immortal Liquid going twice, 20 million Builder Tree Immortal Liquid going thrice. Sold. As the gavel fell, Chapter 1880, countless people were envious of Lin Feng for being able to bid for the Builder Tree Immortal Elixir in such a dramatic manner. How much money would he save? Tens of billions. In reality, Lin Feng did not think about saving money, because to him, money was just a number. Tens of billions of origin crystals were only a few million demonic immortal pills to him. He could now continuously create demonic immortal cauldrons. He could refine a few million demonic immortal pills in a day or two with the demonic immortal cauldron. Of course, to others, tens of billions of origin crystals. That was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Not long after, Li Liang brought the Builder Tree Immortal Elixir over. The previous few times he came, he had a happy expression on his face. But this time, he had a bitter smile on his face, as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Feng could not help but laugh in his heart. The auction house only wanted to scam other people's money. Very few people would lose money themselves. The auction house had really suffered a huge loss this time. Although Lin Feng did not care about the tens of billions of origin crystals, he was actually quite happy to be able to scam a large sum of money from the auction house. What an interesting thing to do. Lin Feng did not choose to bid for the next auction item. Until the auction ended, he did not bid for any other item. After the auction ended, Li Liang returned to the private room. Li Liang was a very perceptive person. He thought that Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy might be lovers, so he had specially left some private space for the two of them. Now that the auction was over, he appeared again to bring Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy to settle the auction price. Li Liang originally wanted to invite Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy for a small gathering, but the two of them declined. Li Liang still thought that Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy were in a hurry to go back and do that wonderful thing. When he looked at Lin Feng, he could not help but reveal a meaningful smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This Li Liang looked like a decent person, but deep down, he was probably a passionate man." After leaving the auction house, many people were still talking about the various magic treasures that appeared in the auction. Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy walked towards the beast carriage. "Jiewu, long time no see." A chuckle came from afar. A man in a red robe walked towards Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy. This man was extremely handsome. It was just that she was dressed a little too gorgeously. Her voice was also a little coquettish. Lin Feng couldn't help but have goosebumps. "So, it's young Master Lu. Nice to meet you." Dancing Butterfly Fairy bowed slightly. "We're old friends." "Fairy, you don't have to be so courteous." This young Master Lu chuckled. When he laughed, he even covered his face with his hands, leaving only his eyes exposed. This kind of feminine action. She was even more feminine than a woman. This young Master Lu looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "How should I address you, young master?" Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, "This humble one is Lin Feng." "Ah, so you're Lin Feng. I've been friends with Lin Gongzi for a long time." This young Master Lu pinched his thumb and middle finger together as he spoke. Lin Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. "If you're a beauty and have been friends with me for a long time, I'll naturally be very happy. Even if you're not a beauty, you're a normal man. Since you've been friends with me for a long time, I'll welcome you. But you don't look like a man at all. Are you gay? Or a trap? Or was it because he was gay? Or was it because he was a trap?" Just thinking about it made Lin Feng shudder. Of course, no matter how much he thought about it, Lin Feng wouldn't show it. He cupped his fists and said, "Brother Lu is too polite. How should I address you? Brother Lu." "This humble one is Lu Xiaohong," this young Master Lu said with a smile. "Lu Xiaohong?" Lin Feng looked at this young Master Lu with a strange gaze. This name was as strange as this person. Why did young Master Lu come to the returning ruins sea region? Dancing Butterfly Fairy asked. Lu Xiaohong said, "I was really bored in the southern immortal sea region. I heard that the inheritance of the primordial thunder god had appeared in the returning ruins sea region. Since I had nothing to do, I came to take a look." "I see. I wonder if Martial Uncle Lu is well?" Dancing Butterfly Fairy asked. When this Lu clan's patriarch was young, he and Patriarch Electromother had been disciples of the same master, so they were fellow disciples. Therefore, Dancing Butterfly Fairy called the Lu clan's patriarch Lu Martial Uncle. According to seniority, Lu Xiaohong was Dancing Butterfly Fairy's junior. However, they were about the same age, so they had their own relationships. Lu Xiaohong said, "Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern." At this moment, a group of cultivators walked over from afar. These people were all cultivators from the Taishang immortal sect. The leader was an old man. Li Xiuyan was also in the group, and he pointed at Lin Feng. The old man looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. "It's the people from the Taishang immortal sect. That old man seems to be called Gongye Wenren. He's one of the great elders of the Taishang immortal sect. It seems like the people from the Taishang immortal sect have their eyes on you. Brother Lin," Lu Xiaohong said with narrowed eyes. Obviously, Lu Xiaohong had heard about Lin Feng and the Taishang immortal sect after coming to the returning ruins sea region. "We can't stay here for long. We'll take our leave first." Dancing Butterfly Fairy looked at Lu Xiaohong and said, She wanted to leave with Lin Feng. Stop right there. However, at this moment, the group of disciples from the Taishang immortal sect had already walked over. Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy's path was blocked. Gongye Wenren did not come over. Instead, he stood in the distance, accompanied by a few disciples from the Taishang immortal sect. The disciples of the Taishang immortal sect who blocked Lin Feng's path were Li Xiuyan and the others. Li Xiuyan looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile and said, "Kid, didn't I already tell you? I told you to scram as far as you can and not appear in front of me again. Did my words fall on deaf ears?" Dancing Butterfly Fairy opened her mouth to say something. However, Li Xiuyan spoke first. "Dancing Butterfly Fairy, I know this kid is your friend, but last time I already gave you face and did not attack him. However, this kid did not take the face I gave him. You can't blame me for this." Seeing that a conflict had broken out, many people gathered around. "It's Li Xiuyan from the Taishang immortal sect. Who's that cultivator who's being surrounded?" Someone asked curiously. "He's being surrounded by people from the Taishang immortal sect. This is bad luck. He won't have a good ending." Someone else said. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. "It's him. He's Lin Feng." Someone recognized Lin Feng. "What? He's Lin Feng? The Lin Feng who killed Lei Shaoli and more than 10 disciples from the Taishang immortal sect," many people exclaimed. During this period of time, Lin Feng's name had become famous. It had caused quite a stir in the returning ruins region. Therefore, many people had heard of Lin Feng. However, those who had actually seen Lin Feng were very few. They were few and far between. Now, both the Lightning Island and the Taishang immortal sect were looking for Lin Feng. Moreover, the bounty was very high. Many people wanted to kill him. Lin Feng's appearance on the Myriad Immortals Island shocked many people. However, many cultivators thought that Lin Feng was being surrounded by people from the Taishang immortal sect. Chapter 1881. Lin Feng glanced at the arrogant Li Xiuyan and sneered, "You've already committed a capital offense based on what you just said. Do you know that?" When Lin Feng said that, the crowd fell silent. Everyone was stunned, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Doesn't this guy know his current situation? Many cultivators smiled bitterly. This was the first time they had seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng after being surrounded by the Taishang immortal sect. Everyone found it inconceivable. Li Xiuyan's expression turned gloomy. "Kid, you're only good at arguing. I've seen too many cultivators like you. 3 days later, we'll fight to the death in the arena. How about it?" Lin Feng sneered. Boom. The crowd burst into an uproar. No one had thought that Lin Feng would directly challenge Li Xiuyan to a battle to the death. Everyone turned to look at Li Xiuyan. Now, everyone was waiting for Li Xiuyan to make a decision. Would he accept Lin Feng's challenge? Li Xiuyan didn't disappoint. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said, "I'll let you live for another 3 days. 3 days later, I'll crush you like a bug in the arena." After saying that, Li Xiuyan waved his hand and left with the Taishang immortal sect. They went to Gongye Wenren's side. Then they quickly left with Gongye Wenren. "Brother Lin, this Li Xiuyan isn't a simple person. You have to be careful. I think that the best way is to run away tonight," Lu Xiaohong said coquettishly. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of rotten idea was that? "Let's talk about it when we get back," said Dancing Butterfly Fairy. Lin Feng nodded. He walked back to the beast carriage with Dancing Butterfly Fairy, and Lu Xiaohong also followed. "I don't have a place to stay. Which one of you will take me in?" Lu Xiaohong asked with a smile. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, "I have women living there. It is not convenient for me to take you in." Lu Xiaohong clapped his hands and said, It seems that only Brother Lin can take me in. Lin Feng naturally did not believe that Lu Xiaohong had no place to live. He opened his mouth and was about to refuse. Lu Xiaohong said, looking at Brother Lin's happy face, "You must have agreed, right? Thank you for taking me in, Brother Lin." Lin Feng really wanted to kick Lu Xiaohong, this coquettish guy, into the outer space. "Who promised you? Can you not be so shameless?" But Lu Xiaohong did not give Lin Feng a chance to speak, and had already boarded the beast car in advance. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had met such a weirdo. He really wanted to cry, but had no tears. Dancing Butterfly Fairy smiled as she said, "Actually, Sir Lu is quite a good person. You'll know once you get to know him." Lin Feng bitterly smiled and nodded. He and Dancing Butterfly Fairy boarded the carriage. "Go, go, go." The carriage driver drove the beast car toward the inn where Lin Feng and Dancing Butterfly Fairy were staying. Many people were still excitedly discussing the life and death battle that would take place in 3 days. One was the holy son of the Taishang immortal sect. The other was Lin Feng, who had recently become famous in the returning ruins ocean. This battle, it would definitely be intense, and it would definitely be very exciting. After returning to their residence, Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "Lin Gongzi and Li Xiuyan have agreed to a life-and-death battle, but Lin Gongzi might not understand how powerful Li Xiuyan is." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Li Xiuyan is able to stand out among so many geniuses of the Taishang immortal sect. He must have some extraordinary ability. I wonder what kind of powerful ability he has grasped." "Copy," Dancing Butterfly Fairy said. "Copy? What ability is that?" Lin Feng was puzzled. Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, "Li Xiuyan's bloodline is the copy bloodline. He can copy anything he wants. Divine abilities, cultivation methods, bloodlines, and even life. This ability is extremely heaven-defying. When used in battle, it's even more terrifying. So, Lin Gongzi, you must be careful of this ability of his." Lu Xiaohong smiled and said, "Although the copy bloodline is powerful, a fake is a fake." Hearing Lu Xiaohong's words, Lin Feng's mind shook slightly. Lu Xiaohong's words hit the nail on the head. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng arranged a place for Lu Xiaohong to stay. Lu Xiaohong stayed downstairs. He stayed upstairs. Lin Feng then told Lu Xiaohong that he would be in seclusion for a few days. He told Lu Xiaohong not to disturb him upstairs. If he felt bored, he could go find Dancing Butterfly Fairy. "Brother Lin, don't worry. I like quiet the most. I won't disturb your cultivation," Lu Xiaohong said as he reached out to touch Lin Feng. Lin Feng was so scared that his whole body trembled. He couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. He didn't dare to stay. He quickly ran back to his room on the 2nd floor. He was still a little worried about Lu Xiaohong. So, Lin Feng quickly set up layers of restrictions and sealed the room. After doing all this, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Then, Lin Feng took out the Builder Tree immortal elixir that he had obtained from the auction and watered it all on the Builder Tree sapling. After absorbing the Builder Tree immortal elixir, the Builder Tree began to grow again. Originally, the Builder Tree sapling was about 30 centimeters tall. Now, it quickly grew to 50 centimeters tall. Moreover, one of the leaves on the Builder Tree turned from a green leaf to an emerald green leaf. After the leaf turned emerald green, a mysterious energy fell from the sky and was absorbed by the emerald green leaf. "Oh my God, immortal chi!" Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He had absorbed immortal chi before, so after sensing the aura of immortal chi, he knew that this energy was absorbed by the emerald green leaf of the Builder Tree. It was immortal chi. This was really unbelievable. It was shocking and moving, but it was also very exciting. Now, the builder tree could absorb immortal chi. As time went by, it would accumulate. When it accumulated to a certain amount, Lin Feng could absorb the immortal chi stored in the emerald green leaf of the builder tree. When the green leaf turns into an emerald green leaf, it can absorb immortal chi. Unfortunately, only one leaf has turned emerald green. If all the leaves turn emerald green, it will be able to gather a lot of immortal chi in a short time. Now it's much slower, but this is also a good start. When I find more heaven and earth treasures to cultivate the builder tree will evolve again. At that time, more green leaves will turn into emerald green leaves. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He turned his right hand. A treasure appeared in his hand again. This treasure, it was the mysterious gold immortal spirit iron. Chapter 1882. The black gold immortal spirit iron was a sacred metal among the 5 elements, and it was extremely useful to cultivators. Lin Feng began to circulate the 3,000 great Tao of the great metal elemental technique. With the circulation of the great metal elemental technique, the power of the great metal elemental technique poured into the black gold immortal spirit iron. He began to refine the black gold immortal spirit iron. Every substance in this world was constructed by the origin of the 5 elements. Therefore, theoretically speaking, as long as the method was right, any substance could be decomposed. Immortal iron, divine stone, and so on. There was nothing that couldn't be decomposed. As the black gold immortal spirit iron was decomposed into the purest metal energy of the 5 elements, these energies were all absorbed into Lin Feng's body. His great metal elemental technique had finally completed its transformation and reached the perfected stage. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled. The 5 emperor dragon fists that the fire Qilin had imparted to him could transform into the 3,000 great Tao of the 5 elements. It was really a peerless supreme technique. As Lin Feng's realm continued to improve, he had a deeper understanding of the 5 emperor dragon fists. In addition to various opportunities, he had comprehended the 5 elements one after another. However, it was really difficult to reach the perfected stage of the 5 elements. Therefore, Lin Feng was quite happy that he could reach the perfected stage of the great metal elemental technique. As the great metal elemental technique was cultivated to the perfected stage, the power of metal brewed in his body. A god appeared above the great metal elemental technique, which was formed by the 3,000 great Tao. This god was wearing a golden robe and a crown. He had the sky above his head and was standing on a giant dragon. This deity was none other than the renowned Supreme Jin. And now, the great metal elemental art, a divine ability grand array constructed by the great metal elemental art of 3,000 great Taos, had manifested the metal emperor's true spirit. Lin Feng opened his eyes and was very satisfied with the breakthrough of the great metal elemental technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. There was a sea of people in the central square of the Myriad Immortals Island. Countless people had come to watch the life and death battle between Lin Feng and Li Xiuyan. Who do you think will win this battle? Lin Feng or Li Xiuyan? That's hard to say. Li Xiuyan is the holy son of the Supreme Immortal Sect. He has been famous for a long time, and Lin Feng is a person who has recently become famous. Although he is young, he is still very terrifying. Back then when Lei Shali schemed against him, he was still killed by him, which is enough to prove how powerful this Lin Feng is. I think Lin Feng will win. Why do you think so? Lin Feng is a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. He's a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. No wonder this guy is so daring. He even dares to kill a disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect. The relationship between the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and the Supreme Immortal Sect has always been bad. Not only is Lin Feng a disciple of the Reincarnation Celestial sect, but he has also ascended the sacred mountain of the Reincarnation Celestial sect. This shows how terrifying his talent is. Oh my God, he has ascended the sacred mountain. He'll definitely become a peerless expert in the future, but I think the Supreme Immortal Sect won't let him live. That's right, the Supreme Immortal Sect won't let him leave the battle stage alive. Don't underestimate Li Xiuyan. He has a blood duplication technique, and his methods are extremely strange. He keeps provoking Lin Feng. Why? Isn't it because he wants to anger Lin Feng so that he can have a life and death duel? Now, the duel has already been decided. That's exactly what Li Xiuyan wants. So I think Li Xiuyan will win. I think Li Xiuyan will win too. I've seen Li Xiuyan fight in the past, and I know how terrifying his blood duplication technique is. It won't take him much effort to kill Lin Feng. Many people were discussing, and there were different opinions. Some people thought Lin Feng would win. Some people thought Li Xiuyan would win. They all had their own reasons. Rumble. In the distance, 9 thunder dragons were pulling a thunder chariot. Look, it's the Thunder Dragon Chariot. Lei Wanli of the Thunder Island is here. Lei Wanli must be here for Lin Feng. Lei Shaoli is Lei Wanli's successor, but he was killed by Lin Feng. Lei Wanli can't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Tisk TSK. Even if Lin Feng can kill Li Xiuyan in the battle stage, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. After seeing Lei Wanli's arrival, the large square next to him was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing this excitedly. Now, almost everyone thought that Lin Feng would definitely die. Even if he wasn't killed by Li Xiuyan, he would be killed by Lei Wanli. Now, the best choice was to run away, instead of coming to accept the challenge. Li Xiuyan is here, someone shouted in the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a group of experts from the Supreme Immortal Sect. When they saw Gongye Wenren, many people's expressions suddenly changed. The Supreme Immortal Sect had an expert like Gongye Wenren. Lei Wanli had also come to watch the battle. As long as Lin Feng dared to fight, he would probably die even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, right? Li Xiuyan soared into the sky and landed on an arena that was suspended in midair. His voice was cold. Lin Feng, I'm here. Where are you? Come and die. Li Xiuyan was extremely arrogant. His cold eyes swept across the surroundings. Everyone realized that Lin Feng didn't show up. Immediately, many cultivators began to mutter. Did Lin Feng really run away? It was very embarrassing to run away before the battle. However, it was better than dying here. Therefore, even if Lin Feng really ran away, it was understandable. Li Xiuyan's expression was indifferent as he continued to shout coldly, Lin Feng, where are you? Could it be that you've already run away? If that's the case, when you see me in the future, you'd better take a detour, because I'm destined to be your nightmare. In front of me, you're destined to be an ant. Li Xiuyan could be said to be extremely arrogant. He was full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. In the distance, a figure walked over. It's Lin Feng. He's here. A cultivator saw Lin Feng and immediately exclaimed. This guy actually dared to accept the challenge. Many people were extremely shocked. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would run away before the battle. But now, he actually came here. He was simply audacious. Didn't he know that once he came here, was it almost equivalent to certain death? Seeing Lin Feng flying over from afar, Li Xiuyan put his hands behind his back with an indifferent expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Very good. At least you're not a coward. Have you washed your neck clean? Many people were speechless. Li Xiuyan really didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. His tone was so contemptuous. Killing Lin Feng. It was as if it was just a casual thing to do. Lin Feng landed on the arena. He had just landed. A powerful aura was emitted from Li Xiuyan's body. The aura in his body like mountains and seas. It enveloped Lin Feng. Li Xiuyan's cold shout was like thunder on the ground. Kneel down. That terrifying pressure ruthlessly pressed towards Lin Feng, wanting to force Lin Feng to kneel in front of him. Chapter 1883. No one expected Li Xiuyan to be so domineering that he wanted to force Lin Feng to kneel on the ground. Everyone looked at the two people in the arena, wondering if Lin Feng could withstand the powerful aura emitted from Li Xiuyan's body. Lin Feng, who was in the arena, remained unmoved and looked at Li Xiuyan with a sneer. In my eyes, no matter how you jump around, you're just a clown. Just like now, you think you're so powerful, but in my eyes, you're nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng walked towards Li Xiuyan. The aura emitted from Li Xiuyan's body did not pose any threat to him at all. Li Xiuyan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He originally wanted to use his aura to oppress Lin Feng. Then, he would achieve an overwhelming victory, but in the end, he slapped himself in the face. Naturally, Li Xiuyan felt that he had lost face and was exceptionally depressed. Moreover, Li Xiuyan heard laughter coming from the square. Are those people laughing at me? Li Xiuyan's gaze was gloomy. He jumped up and slapped Lin Feng. A mysterious world appeared in Li Xiuyan's palm. That world seemed to be an immortal kingdom, and many immortals appeared in that world. There were ancient immortals with boundless merit, beautiful fairies, and some immortal children jumping around. Immortal kingdom in a palm. This is a supreme divine ability passed down from the supreme immortal sect. There's an immortal kingdom in a palm, and one palm can decide the universe. This supreme technique is extremely powerful. It's said that once one is absorbed into the immortal kingdom in a palm, they will sink into it forever and lose themselves, unable to extricate themselves. Some cultivators exclaimed. They recognized the divine ability that Li Xiuyan had used. Li Xiuyan is indeed the sacred son of the supreme immortal sect. His strength is really terrifying. Many people lamented. Li Xiuyan's immortal kingdom in a palm was indeed quite powerful. A powerful devouring force surged over, wanting to swallow Lin Feng directly into the immortal kingdom in a palm. Lin Feng's expression was ice cold. Facing Li Xiuyan's attack, he also used a divine ability. The divine ability Lin Feng used was the Devil Emperor's 9 slashes. This was an emperor technique. As Lin Feng's cultivation gradually increased, the might of the 9 slashes of the Devil Emperor also gradually revealed itself. Streaks of terrifying killing light slashed towards Li Xiuyan. These rays of killing light, they were all swallowed up by Li Xiuyan's immortal kingdom. Puff! However, Li Xiuyan's immortal kingdom in a palm was unable to withstand the attack of Lin Feng's 9th slash of the Devil Emperor. As a result, it directly collapsed, and Lin Feng had already come to Li Xiuyan's side. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out as fast as lightning towards Li Xiuyan. Li Xiuyan's reaction was also extremely fast. In the face of Lin Feng's attack, he slapped his palm towards Lin Feng. Bang! Both sides collided fiercely. Tyrannical power surged out, shaking the ring violently. After the collision, Lin Feng did not choose to retreat. Instead, he continued to charge towards Li Xiuyan. Lin Feng's specialty was his speed. He had mastered many divine abilities and could quickly switch between various divine abilities. His attack power could be said to be incomparably domineering. Therefore, Lin Feng often liked to use offense as a substitute for defense. Ancient times rush billions of years. Lin Feng shouted coldly and blasted another punch towards Li Xiuyan. This time, he used the ultimate divine ability recorded in the first part of the Great Reincarnation Technique. This ancient times rush billions of years would make you grow old in an instant. Black hair would turn white, young would become old. Lin Feng's move was also tried and tested, and Li Xiuyan also did not know the power of Lin Feng's move. So when Lin Feng's punch swept towards him, Li Xiuyan did not have the slightest fear, and also swept a punch towards Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided again, accompanied by the violent sound of the collision. Everyone saw it. Lin Feng's body actually began to freeze. Ha 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 ha! How's my great ice sealing technique? Li Xiuyan was extremely proud. He stepped forward and wanted to kill Lin Feng. But at this moment, Li Xiuyan suddenly felt that his strength was rapidly weakening, and on the square, it was even more shocking. Countless people looked at Li Xiuyan. His hair was standing on end, because Li Xiuyan was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths' time, he turned from a young and vigorous cultivator to an old and frail cultivator. Great Reincarnation Technique. This is the Great Reincarnation Technique. This kid has actually cultivated the Great Reincarnation Technique. An old cultivator said in shock. Many experts of the older generation were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Feng to learn the Great Reincarnation Technique at such a young age. They all thought that Lin Feng had obtained the recognition of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra and was given the cultivation method of the Great Reincarnation Technique. But in reality, Lin Feng's Great Reincarnation Technique was not obtained from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, but from the Reincarnation Demonic Hall. Moreover, his Great Reincarnation Technique was only the first part and was not complete. However, the spectators did not know this. At this moment, countless people were shocked to see what was happening in the arena. It was really too shocking. Was this the Reincarnation Immortal Sex Great Reincarnation Technique? It was simply unbelievable. My body. Li Xiuyan looked at his aging body and screamed in horror. Bang! Ice shards flew everywhere. Lin Feng, who was frozen in ice, quickly rushed toward Li Xiuyan and threw a punch at him. Retreat quickly. Although the Great Reincarnation Technique will make you age, it won't last for long. Gongye Wenren shouted in a deep voice. Hearing Gongye Wenren's reminder, Li Xiuyan, who was originally in a state of extreme fear, was shocked and quickly retreated. He did not want to confront Lin Feng directly. This guy obviously wanted to delay time by dodging Lin Feng's attack. Then, he would wait for his body to return to its youthful state. Many people could not help but secretly curse Gongye Wenren for being too shameless. He actually interfered in the life and death battle between Lin Feng and Li Xiuyan. However, they only dared to curse in their hearts. However, no one dared to curse in front of Gongye Wenren. Was this not courting death? How could it be so easy for Li Xiuyan to dodge Lin Feng's attack? Lin Feng increased his speed to the extreme and instantly arrived beside Li Xiuyan. He threw a punch at Li Xiuyan. Li Xiuyan's expression changed drastically because he could no longer dodge Lin Feng's punch. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Li Xiuyan was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Lin Feng walked forwards. He looked like a god of war from ancient times. You dare to be arrogant in front of me, with such little strength? Who gave you the courage? Lin Feng's voice was cold as he threw another punch. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking was heard. Li Xiuyan was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch again. He did not know how many bones in his body were broken by Lin Feng. Chapter 1884. Oh my God, it's a one-sided battle. Lin Feng is too powerful. I didn't expect the battle to end like this. Countless people roared in shock. Lin Feng's battle prowess had completely exceeded everyone's imagination. Previously, many people thought that Lin Feng might win this battle. But even those cultivators who thought that Lin Feng would win this battle, they didn't expect. Lin Feng had suppressed Li Xiuyan to such an extent. Now, Li Xiuyan could only passively take a beating and was vomiting blood from Lin Feng's attacks. It depended on the situation. It was extremely bad. Damn it! Many people from the Supreme Immortal Sect cursed. Even Gongya Wenrun, a powerful figure, looked extremely gloomy. Ha ha! Brother Lin is really powerful. Lu Xiaohong clapped his hands and said, Dancing Butterfly Fairy said, Lin Gongzi is indeed a genius who stepped onto the reincarnation Immortal Sect's ancestral mountain. His strength is really unexpected. In the arena, Lin Feng continued to attack Li Xiuyan. The logic of beating a drowning dog. He naturally knew. So, Lin Feng didn't intend to give Li Xiuyan a chance to fight back. Punch after punch landed on Li Xiuyan's body. Puff, puff, puff. Li Xiuyan kept coughing up blood. His face was as pale as paper. He had suffered a lot of trauma. At that moment, Li Xiuyan's facial expression was extremely ugly. He was looking at Lin Feng with hatred and hatred in his eyes. When Lin Feng moved towards Li Xiuyan again, Li Xiuyan was astonished. Suddenly, Li Xiuyan slapped Lin Feng with his palm. Seeing the power of reincarnation lingering on Li Xiuyan's palm, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly dodged Li Xiuyan's attack. Then, he quickly retreated. Great reincarnation technique. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Li Xiuyan laughed out loud. Why? Is it strange? Are you wondering why I know the grand reincarnation art? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, You used the duplication bloodline to replicate it. Li Xiuyan sneered. That's right. I've copied your great reincarnation skill with duplication bloodline. I've also mastered the great reincarnation skill that you've learned. As Li Xiuyan walked towards Lin Feng, he swallowed a healing pill. His injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, at this moment, the effects of the immemorial era on Li Xiuyan's body over billions of years. They also began to disperse. Brat, I'll let you have a taste of our Supreme Immortal Sect's top divine ability. Supreme Sage Emperor Fist. Li Xiuyan launched another attack. A fist swept out. The sky was filled with fist shadows. There was even a tiny figure condensed within each of the fist shadows. He took a closer look. That tiny figure was actually an ancient saint emperor. Immortal light swirled around. The sage emperor emerged from the fist shadows. It was extremely majestic. He was like an immortal god that had existed for thousands of years. His gaze swept in all directions, shattering billions of space-time. An endless amount of punches were moving towards Lin Feng, and Li Xiuyan was quickly approaching Lin Feng. Li Xiuyan seemed to want to use the great reincarnation skill that he had just copied to deal with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng did not give Li Xiuyan a chance to get close to him. He began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit was summoned by Lin Feng. The immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit roared towards the sky. He stepped on the void. The sky was filled with fist shadows. They were all shattered. It's the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Many people exclaimed, could it be that this kid has cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art? Immediately after, someone said, the immemorial dragonesque elephant art was the top of the top 10 forbidden techniques of the immemorial era. Its power was naturally unimaginable. This was a technique that countless people dreamed of. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art could temper a cultivator's physical body to be even stronger than a god fiend. For cultivators, this was simply a great temptation, and if one cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, their dermic powers would also be incomparably strong. Their dermic powers were comparable to that of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Their dermic powers were beyond that of a god-fiend. Naturally, countless people would flock to it. Now, everyone seemed to finally know why Lin Feng was so monstrous. Perhaps it was because he had inherited the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar suddenly resounded, pulling the attention of countless people back to reality. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the arena. At this moment, everyone saw another huge creature appear in the arena. It was actually another immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit. This was the immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit that Li Xiuyan had copied through the immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit. Bang, bang, bang. The two immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirits directly fought with each other. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. This immemorial bloodline was really strange. The copied immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit was actually exactly the same as the one that he had summoned by using the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Even their combat power, they were evenly matched. Didn't this mean that no matter what kind of divine ability he cast, Li Xiuyan, this person, was able to perfectly and flawlessly replicate the remarkable ability that he had used? Lin Feng didn't stop attacking just because Li Xiuyan had copied the immemorial dragonesque elephant original spirit. He used a new theurgy. This time, he cast the Great Calamity technique, a top-notch divine ability. This was the 9th-ranked Great Tao of the 3,000 Great Tao. Its power was unimaginable. The Great Calamity technique directly condensed a long river of calamity that swept through heaven and earth. It drowned Li Xiuyan. "Come out!" Li Xiuyan sneered and waved his hand. Another long river of calamity also condensed and crashed towards the long river of calamity condensed by Lin Feng. What a terrifying immemorial bloodline. No matter what divine ability Lin Feng cast, Li Xiuyan can copy it through the immemorial bloodline. In this way, isn't Li Xiuyan already in an invincible position? Yes, Li Xiuyan is indeed in an invincible position, and the most important thing is that if this battle continues, Lin Feng's consumption will be extremely great. Li Xiuyan, on the other hand, has replicated Lin Feng's ability through the immemorial bloodline, so his consumption will be very small. Lin Feng's dermic powers will be weakened, and Li Xiuyan won't be weakened by much. When the time comes, Lin Feng will definitely be defeated. Many cultivators began to discuss. At this moment, Lin Feng was also aware of the danger he was facing. It was indeed as those cultivators had said. If this battle continued, he would be continuously weakened. In this way, he would definitely lose. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Li Xiuyan. Since Li Xiuyan's immemorial bloodline could copy all kinds of divine abilities, then he wouldn't fight with him using divine abilities. Instead, he would fight with his physical body. Lin Feng's physical body was unparalleled in the world, and he believed that he could kill Li Xiuyan with just his physical body. Seeing Lin Feng rush over, Li Xiuyan's face revealed a sinister smile. He directly copied Lin Feng's immemorial bloodline. A fist blasted towards Lin Feng. Chapter 1885. Li Xiuyan wanted to rely on the duplication of the bloodline to make Lin Feng age. Previously, Li Xiuyan had tried that kind of aging state, and his battle strength would greatly decrease. Therefore, Li Xiuyan also wanted to let Lin Feng experience the taste of aging. Moreover, as long as Lin Feng's body continued to age, then, in Li Xiuyan's opinion, at that time, Lin Feng would not be a threat at all. He could easily kill Lin Feng. Why did Lin Feng take the initiative to charge at Li Xiuyan? What is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to fight Li Xiuyan in close combat? This is simply crazy. Once he gets close to Li Xiuyan and is swept by Li Xiuyan's great samsara technique, his body will become old and his battle strength will be greatly weakened. What's the difference between this and courting death? Many people looked at Lin Feng in confusion. They did not understand why Lin Feng would make such a choice. Even Dancing Butterfly Fairy and Lu Xiaohong could not help but frown at this moment. They looked at the battle on the stage with solemn expressions. Reckless thing, you actually dare to take the initiative to charge at senior brother Li. You are simply courting death. That's right. Let's see how senior brother Li will kill him later. The disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect all let out a burst of sinister laughter. In their opinion, Lin Feng taking the initiative to charge at Li Xiuyan was extremely stupid. He was simply courting death. However, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He also swept his fist at Li Xiuyan. Bang! Under the gazes of countless people, everyone saw that the power of samsara around Li Xiuyan's fist began to flow into Lin Feng's body. And Lin Feng's body began to age. Seeing this scene, Dancing Butterfly Fairy and Lu Xiaohong's expressions changed slightly. This absolute art, ancient time flies, was simply too overbearing. Now, Lin Feng had been hit. They could not help but worry for Lin Feng. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Supreme Immortal Sect and the Thunder Island all had indifferent expressions. They naturally hoped that Lin Feng would die in Li Xiuyan's hands. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng's body would soon become old, just like Li Xiuyan's. But soon, everyone discovered that although Lin Feng's body was aging, the speed was extremely slow. Moreover, after a few breaths, his body quickly returned to its original state. It's done. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Before he made his move, he thought, although it is powerful. A fake is a fake. Lu Xiaohong's words pointed out the flaw of the duplication bloodline. Although Li Xiuyan was able to replicate the ancient era through the duplication bloodline, he was still able to replicate the ancient era for billions of years. There was still some difference of time. Li Xiuyan's S of 100 times of 100 and times of 100 times to be condensed. This to be. However, the copied divine ability did not have that mysterious Tao rhythm. When the duplicated divine ability met the real divine ability, the divine ability would be completely destroyed. Replicated divine abilities were, at best, on par with the real divine ability. However, it was unable to suppress the true divine ability. When Li Xiuyan replicated ancient time rushes for billions of years on Lin Feng, Lin Feng used the true ancient time rush to suppress Li Xiuyan's ancient time rush to replicate the ancient time rush to billions of years. Therefore, Lin Feng's body quickly recovered to its youthful state. Impossible! Li Xiuyan roared in disbelief. The spectating cultivators were all dumbfounded. They didn't understand what was going on. Why did Lin Feng's body suddenly become younger? It's fake. It was fake. Your replicated bloodline. I can't replicate the true great reincarnation, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. His eyes were twinkling with an ice-cold light. Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people revealed a thoughtful expression. Lu Xiaohong smiled and said, "This brother Lin is really a talent. He actually took my casual words seriously." Dancing Butterfly Fairy also nodded and said, "He is indeed powerful. His comprehension, judgment during a life and death battle, and courage are all admirable." Boom! Lin Feng punched towards Li Xiuyan. Feeling the terrifying power contained in Lin Feng's punch, Li Xiuyan's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. At this time, he realized that it was too late to retreat. Therefore, Li Xiuyan had no choice but to meet Lin Feng's punch with a punch. Bang! The two sides collided. This was a collision of flesh against flesh. A series of dull collision sounds could be heard. Immediately after, kacha-kacha sounds could be heard. Li Xiuyan's arm directly broke. Bone stubble. It was all exposed. Ah! Li Xiuyan couldn't help but let out an incomparably shrill scream. He was severely injured. Lin Feng's physical body had already broken through to the heaven god realm. Naturally, he could crush Li Xiuyan's physical body. Therefore, the situation in front of him was all under Lin Feng's control. Oh my God! Lin Feng's physical body is too powerful. Li Xiuyan is seriously injured and will definitely die. Seeing the battle on the stage, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Until now, everyone knew that Li Xiuyan had no choice but to die. In this battle, there was absolutely no possibility of Li Xiuyan turning the situation around. Even an expert like Li Xiuyan was no match for Lin Feng. Everyone was shocked by Lin Feng's powerful strength. Puff! A tearing sound could be heard. Everyone saw it. Lin Feng grabbed Li Xiuyan's right arm. Then he tore it forcefully. Li Yuran's entire arm. It was directly torn off by him. Little bastard, I'll fight it out with you. Li Xiuyan roared and directly pounced towards Lin Feng. The 5 fingers of his left hand were closed together like a spear. It directly pierced towards Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he grabbed Li Xiuyan's wrist. He twisted it forcefully. Crack! Li Xiuyan's wrist was directly broken by Lin Feng. Little bastard, stop. Otherwise, this old man will tear you into pieces. An angry roar suddenly resounded. Gongye Wenren's body emitted endless killing intent. Seeing Gongye Wenren come out to threaten Lin Feng, the spectators were naturally very disdainful. But the spectators wouldn't say anything. An expert like Gongye Wenren wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Ha ha ha! Old man, this life and death battle is something that Li Xiuyan and I have already agreed on. Life and death are up to fate. Now that you've intervened, do you still have any shame? Could this be the style of your Taishang immortal sect? Could it be that the older generation experts of the Taishang immortal sect are as shameless as you? If that's the case, what qualifications does the Taishang immortal sect have to be the leader of the immortal Tao? For the Taishang immortal sect to be the leader of the immortal Tao is simply a disgrace to the 9 regions. Lin Feng said with a sneer. The entire huge square shook the sky. Countless spectators looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng was really too bold. Not only did he scold Gongye Wenren, he even scolded the Taishang immortal sect. In the 9 regions' great world, who dared to insult the Taishang immortal sect? Even the Red World Fairy didn't insult the Taishang immortal sect. But Lin Feng dared to scold the Taishang immortal sect in front of so many people. He was simply fearless. Chapter 1886. Little bastard, how dare you insult my supreme immortal sect like this? No one can save your life. You'll be cut into pieces. Your soul will be thrown into the boundless purgatory. Gongye Wenren roared with resentment. His eyes flashed with endless killing intent, as if he couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Gongye Wenren only had one thought now. That was to kill Lin Feng in the cruelest way possible. That was the only way. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Ha 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 ha, are you threatening me? Old dog, do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng said with a sneer, without the slightest fear. Many people smiled bitterly. Previously, he scolded Gongye Wenren as an old man. Now, he scolded him as an old dog. What gave this guy the confidence to insult Gongye Wenren like this? This was something that many people were puzzled about. Could it be that he really had some unknown trump card? Just as everyone was guessing, Gongye Wenren had already soared into the sky and flew towards the arena. Gongye Wenren seemed to want to deal with Lin Feng personally. Fellow Taoist Gongye, the arena is a life and death battle. Fellow Taoist, you'd better not participate in it to avoid breaking the rules. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. These are the rules jointly set by the immortals, demons, and monsters. I'm sure fellow Taoist is very clear about it. Moreover, if you openly violate the rules that the immortals, demons, and monsters abide by, it will be very bad for fellow Taoist and the supreme immortal sect's reputation. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. An old man walked over from afar. The old man was dressed in a Taoist robe and had the demeanor of an immortal. The old man was not a Taoist cultivator, but an old ancestor of the great immortal island. His name was Old Ancestor Xianzhen. Old Ancestor Xianzhen was very famous because he was in charge of all the matters in the outer area of the great immortal island. For example, the market, the auction house, and other places were all managed by Old Ancestor Xianzhen. Seeing the appearance of Old Ancestor Xianzhen, Gongye Wenren's face sank slightly. He stood in the air and did not move forward. His cold eyes glanced at Lin Feng, and the threat was self-evident. Old dog, didn't you want to come and deal with me? Why aren't you coming now? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Lin Feng's continuous provocation of Gongye Wenren shocked many people. This caused many people to fall into deep thought. Why would he do such a thing? Was there a way to escape? Still, madness before death. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll take your life very soon. Gongye Wenren said with a sinister smile. Are you planning to give up on Li Xiuyan? Lin Feng sneered. He looked at Li Xiuyan and said with a sneer, in your next life, don't ever rely on the supreme immortal sect again. But more importantly, don't ever provoke me. Spare me. Spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do anything. Li Xiuyan begged. He didn't want to die. A bad life is better than a good death. There was only hope if he was alive. He was dead. It was like a handful of yellow soil. Everything would be for naught. Therefore, Li Xiuyan wanted to live. However, Lin Feng didn't care about Li Xiuyan's begging. He pointed his right index finger at Li Xiuyan's forehead. Poof! Li Xiuyan's head was penetrated and his soul was shattered. He died on the spot. Rumble! The restriction that shrouded the arena of life, and death began to disperse. Little bastard, it's time for you to die. Gongye Wenren laughed sinisterly and walked toward Lin Feng step by step. Right at this moment, Lei Wanli, the island lord of Thunder Island, stepped out of the Thunder Dragon ancient chariot. He also walked toward the arena of life and death. Little bastard, you must die today. Lei Wanli's voice was filled with monstrous killing intent, and he locked his gaze on Lin Feng. Brother Lei, let me deal with this kid. Brother Lei, you don't have to worry about it. Gongye Wenren said in a deep voice. Brother Gongye, this kid has an irreconcilable enmity with my Thunder Island. Let me kill him today. Lei Wanli said. Seeing that both of them wanted to kill Lin Feng, everyone knew that Lin Feng would definitely die this time. They were two experts at the peak divine realm. How terrifying was that? Although Lin Feng's strength was tyrannical, but when compared to experts of this realm, there was still a big gap. These two have ulterior motives. They are fighting to kill Lin Feng. Obviously, they want to obtain Lin Feng's wealth and inheritance. Someone whispered, Lin Feng has risen in a short period of time, and has mastered many powerful divine abilities. Moreover, he has many treasures. Lei Wanli and Gongya Wenren naturally want to obtain them. Moreover, both of them have a reason to attack now. Then someone said, right at this moment, Lin Feng said, since both of you want to die, then come at me together. This young master will kill both of you together. After hearing Lin Feng's words, in the huge square, it instantly became silent. Many people's mouths twitched. This was too arrogant, facing two old ancestor-level existences. They were terrifying existences who were about to step into the giant god realm. A young junior. He actually wanted two quasi-giant god-level existences to attack together. Was this guy crazy? Gongya Wenren and Lei Wanli were furious when they heard this. They couldn't help but scold angrily. Junior, you are too arrogant. You two old things have cultivated for millions of years. You don't even care about your face when you come out to deal with me. You still have the nerve to say that this young master is arrogant? That's right. This young master is arrogant. This is arrogance. You two old things come over if you have the ability. This young master will stand here and see who will win in the end. Everybody was astonished by Lin Feng's arrogance. He really had the strength. Still, was he just bluffing? Many people actually thought that Lin Feng was bluffing and wanted to find a chance to escape. No one would think so. Lin Feng could really kill Gongya Wenren and Lei Wanli. They were old ancestor-level existences. Unless a real giant god came. Or else. Who was their opponent? Lin Feng was just a junior. How could he fight against two old ancestor-level existences? Little bastard, even if your reincarnation immortal sex sect master comes, he won't be able to save you. Gongya Wenren's killing intent was monstrous, and his voice was extremely gloomy. Little bastard, I'm going to torture you until you're begging for death. Lei Wanli said with a sinister smile. Being looked down upon by a junior like this, Gongya Wenren and Lei Wanli were furious. The two of them jumped up and quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. They are going to attack. Lin Feng won't be able to escape this time, right? Not necessarily. Maybe he has some trump cards? Countless people exclaimed when they saw Gongya Wenren and Lei Wanli attacking. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, who was in the arena. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly shouted in the arena, I represent the King of Hell to reap the souls of those sinners. I will send them all to the 18 layers of hell so that they will never be reincarnated. As Lin Feng's voice fell, black fog rolled in the arena. The atmosphere was gloomy. Lin Feng's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious light. It was as if he had really turned into a messenger of hell. Chapter 1887. What's going on? That kid said that he's a messenger of hell. Is he trying to fool us? What the hell is that guy up to? Countless people looked at Lin Feng in the arena in puzzlement. They had no idea what Lin Feng was up to. No one would believe that Lin Feng was a messenger of hell. But now, black fog was rolling in the arena, and ghostly energy lingered around it. It was indeed very strange. This caused everyone to be extremely puzzled. He's trying to be mysterious. Gongya Wenren and Lei Wanli naturally did not believe that Lin Feng was a messenger of hell. A messenger of hell was a legendary creature that walked between the realms of the living and the dead. However, it would not appear in front of the living beings of the living, unless it was someone who was about to die. Only then would they see a messenger of hell. Could it be that these hundreds of thousands of people, were they all about to die? Therefore, Gongya Wenren and Lei Wanli did not believe that Lin Feng was a messenger of hell at all. They quickly rushed to the arena and charged toward Lin Feng. Lowly creatures who dare to challenge the authority of a messenger of hell You will be punished. Your souls shall fall into oblivion forever. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice came from the arena again. Then black fog rolled. Waves of ghostly wind swept through the arena and shrouded Gongya Wenren and Lei Wanli. Kid, don't try to be mysterious here. You're fooling everyone. Lei Wanli said coldly, Aren't you a messenger of hell? I'll send your soul into the 9 hell's purgatory later. Let's see if a messenger of hell like you has a way to get your soul out of the 9 hell's purgatory. Gongya Wenren sneered. The two of them landed on the arena one after another. After locking onto Lin Feng, they rushed toward Lin Feng. Lowly creatures who blaspheme a messenger of hell are destined to be punished. Lin Feng's voice was faintly discernible. His voice exuded a mysterious feeling. It was as if he had floated out of hell. The black fog rolled and separated Gongya Wenren and Lei Wanli. Swoosh! The demonic orb trembled slightly. In an instant, a figure quickly rushed out and attacked Gongya Wenren. The one who attacked was none other than the Demon Lord. Before coming to accept the challenge, Lin Feng had already reached an agreement with the Demon Lord. If Lin Feng encountered a threat that he could not deal with, the Demon Lord would help him deal with it. However, Lin Feng would go to the Heavenly Devil Planet in the future. Heavenly Devil Planet, Heavenly Devil's headquarters. This place could be said to be filled with danger. Entering it was simply a matter of 10 deaths. Lin Feng didn't know why the Demon Lord went to the Heavenly Devil Planet. Lin Feng also knew the dangers of the Heavenly Devil Planet. However, he still agreed to the Demon Lord's conditions. This was because only the Demon Lord could help him deal with these ancestor-level powerhouses. An incomparably shrill scream rang out from within the black fog. Heavens, it's Gongya Wenren screams. What's going on? What's going on? Countless people cried out in alarm, their faces filled with deep shock. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng was deliberately mystifying things. If Gongya Wenren and Lei Wanli made a move, Lin Feng would definitely die without a burial ground. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. That lowly creature who blasphemed against the emissary of hell has received the punishment he deserves. That filthy soul is destined to be thrown into the 18 levels of hell and suffer endless torment to pay for the sins of this life. Lin Feng's voice sounded at the right time. Many people looked at each other in dismay. After Gongya Wenren let out a scream, there was no more sound. Could it be that he was really dead? It was impossible for Lin Feng to kill Gongya Wenren. However, Gongya Wenren did not make any sound now, due to the black fog blocking their vision. Therefore, no one could see what was happening in the arena. Many experts wanted to use their divine senses to sense what was happening in the arena. However, the black fog blocked the senses of the divine sense, so those experts couldn't sense what was going on in the arena. Fellow Taoist Gongya, how are you? At this time, Lei Wanli's solemn voice sounded from the black fog. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Lei Wanli was still alive. However, the next moment, Lei Wanli let out a miserable scream. Lei Wanli is also dead. Countless people cried out in shock. They really wanted to know the specific situation in the black fog. However, they had no way of knowing. Those dirty souls, you should go where you belong. As the emissary of hell, I will send you to the 18 levels of hell now. Lin Feng's voice resonated in the air again, and this time many people felt their scalps go numb. Originally, no one believed that Lin Feng was the emissary of hell. However, Gongya Wenren and Lei Wanli, the two ancestor-level experts, fell one after another. This made everyone feel that something was fishy. Many people even believed that Lin Feng was the emissary of hell. The great emissary of hell is going to find a place to rest. Everyone, see you later. Lin Feng's voice sounded again. Then he soared into the sky, swept up the endless black fog, and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Ancestor, ancestor, you died so miserably. The disciples of Thunder Island and Supreme Immortal Sect quickly rushed to the arena. Lei Wanli and Gongye Wenren's corpses were still lying on the arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flew to the arena. They were all ancestor-level experts. They checked the two corpses. Then, these ancestor-level experts quickly left. The death of Lei Wanli and Gongye Wenren could be said to have set off a huge wave in Great Immortal Island. Countless people were talking about this matter. Many people even began to believe that Lin Feng was the emissary of hell. Or else, why did Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli, two powerful existences, why did they die so strangely? Of course, there were also many people who did not believe it. They felt that Lin Feng must have some kind of trump card. And this trump card had caught Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli off guard. That was why Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli died so miserably. And such a terrifying trump card. There were bound to be many restrictions when using it. This made many people greedy. When those people wanted to find Lin Feng's whereabouts and wait for an opportunity to make a move on Lin Feng had already disappeared without a trace. In the sea, blue waves rippled. Lin Feng played with the two storage rings in his hand. These were the storage rings of Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli. After the Yao Jun killed Gongye Wenren and Lei Wanli, Lin Feng knew that if he continued to stay in the island of the 10,000 immortals, he would inevitably be targeted by many influential groups. Therefore, before those influential groups took action, he left the island of the 10,000 immortals in advance. He quickly flew in the direction of the ultimate ruin battlefield. Buzz. Suddenly, in the void, a terrifying murderous aura tore through the void and slashed out. It wanted to behead Lin Feng directly. This attack was too sudden, and the murderous aura was too fast. It was so fast that Lin Feng did not have time to dodge. Chapter 1888. Danger. The situation was extremely perilous. His head was about to be chopped off. Suddenly, Lin Feng's right hand moved at the perfect moment. Clang! This attack. It bounced directly on top of the murderous aura that was slashing towards him, and directly shook the murderous aura away. A silver-haired young man walked toward Lin Feng from afar. By Shu Sheng, he was a living being that had walked out of the stone. Although Lin Feng and Bai Shusheng were both disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, they had never interacted before. In fact, before the auction, Lin Feng did not even know that Bai Shusheng was a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. After all, there were more than 10 million disciples in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Naturally, Lin Feng did not know all of them. How dare you snatch the treasure that I want? Have you thought about how you're going to die? Bai Shusheng's voice was cold. Although he was only 11 years old, he still looked very young and immature. However, he was ruthless. It wasn't like a young man's temperament at all. His eyes were incomparably cold. He did not seem to have any emotions. His heart, it was as if it was made of ice. His blood, it seemed to be cold blood as well. Bai Shusheng stood not far away from him. Lin Feng felt that Bai Shusheng did not seem like a human. He seemed more like a weapon that could kill. Lin Feng said calmly, "There are many people who want to kill me. Who do you think you are? You don't know what's good for you." Bai Shusheng's voice was cold. He leaped out and charged toward Lin Feng. Swoosh! He turned into a murderous aura in midair. Humans were murderous auras. murderous auras were humans. Lin Feng did not know what kind of technique it was. Although Bai Shusheng was young, his technique was extremely strange. Poof, poof, poof. Bai Shusheng's murderous aura tore through the void. He appeared in front of Lin Feng in an instant. Lin Feng's fist was surrounded by the power of dragons and elephants as he punched out. Bam! Both sides fiercely collided, and an extremely shocking scene appeared. Bai Shusheng's murderous aura. It tore through Lin Feng's power of dragons and elephants. Lin Feng's expression changed. He quickly leaped into the void and broke free from Bai Shusheng's murderous aura. Humph! Bai Shusheng snorted and chased after Lin Feng. His deadly qi immediately locked onto Lin Feng's silhouette and chased after him with the intention to kill. A living being, to be born, to be born, to be born. Lin Feng frowned. He did not want to continue fighting Bai Shusheng. This was because many forces were probably looking for him. If he delayed any longer, if he was blocked by those people from the major powers, at that time, only death would await them. Lin Feng released his sky-burning anger and condensed a four-colored fireball. Then, he took out the four-colored ball of flames. Bam! The four-colored ball of flames exploded. Lin Feng wanted to use the burning wrath of heavens to repel Bai Shusheng's murderous aura. However, he did not expect Bai Shusheng's murderous aura to be so powerful. It charged out of the explosion and continued to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Bai Shusheng is really persistent. Oh, the great path of sacrifice. I am willing to sacrifice the life of that sinner. May the great path of sacrifice last forever. Lin Feng made a strange sound. This sound, it was very ancient and contained a mysterious power. That mysterious power, it was the power of sacrifice. All the power of sacrifice enveloped Bai Shusheng's murderous aura. The murderous aura burned fiercely. The power of sacrifice wanted to sacrifice Bai Shusheng alive. This was the great sacrificial art that Lin Feng had mastered. It was an extremely domineering divine ability. The murderous aura that Bai Shusheng had transformed into had no choice but to retreat. Then, it continuously attacked the void 36 times. The power of sacrifice was completely forced out of Bai Shusheng's body. The murderous aura turned back into Bai Shusheng's body. At this moment, Bai Shusheng realized that Lin Feng had disappeared. His expression was incomparably gloomy. What a great sacrificial art! You actually want to sacrifice me? You lowly human cultivator. The next time I see you, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Bai Shusheng turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Above the boundless sea, Lin Feng sat on the back of the four sacred birds. The four sacred birds quickly flew in the direction of the ultimate ruins battlefield. Beside his ear, the wind whistled. At this moment, the Black Bear Sage's voice sounded. We will reach the territory of the evil Dragon Palace and Fusang Island in about 30,000 kilometers. Be careful. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and informed the four sacred birds. He told them to be careful. The four sacred birds said, "Don't worry, young master. Even if we encounter cultivators from the evil Dragon Palace and Fusang Island, we can still defeat them even if we can't defeat them." The four holy birds had a rather straightforward personality. If they couldn't defeat them, they would run. If they could defeat them, they would fight. This kind of character was actually quite suitable for living in the world of cultivators. As he continued to go deeper into the sea, Lin Feng saw all kinds of scenery in the sea. For example, he saw an island with heavy snow. Not long after, he saw another island with flowers blooming. The weather in the sea changed very frequently. Although the distance was not very far, the climate was very different. Besides, Lin Feng also saw many rare and strange beasts in the sea. For example, there was a whale with purple scales that was 4,000 to 5,000 meters long. It could swallow an island with a single bite. There was also a giant crab with a diameter of more than 2,000 meters. Its huge claws clamped gently. It could easily kill any giant sea beast in the sea. 3 days later, Lin Feng saw an island. There were actually cultivators living on that island. This was because he saw a village in the depths of the sea. However, the village was not big. There should not be many people. Although the sea was dangerous, there were indeed many islands in the sea with residents. There was another principle in the sea world. Even pirates could not harass the residents at sea. This was because many pirates who lived in the sea all year round might be cultivators from some island. Therefore, pirates usually did not rob islands. The targets of pirates were cultivators, ships, and even fleets passing by on the sea. Lin Feng planned to land on the island in front of him to rest. At this moment, boundless ghost Qi suddenly surged out from the island. Soon, the ghost Qi covered the sky and the sun. A sinister voice came from the ghost Qi. The third prince of the ghost barbarian lands has finally escaped. Amidst the endless ghost Qi stood an incomparably demonic young master. The young master's eyes were incomparably evil. At this moment, he was laughing eerily like the roar of a malicious spirit. Anyone who heard it would feel their hair stand on end. Chapter 1889. What a terrifying ghostly aura. Could that demonic man be a powerful evil ghost? Lin Feng looked at the man in the ghostly aura and frowned slightly. Some evil ghosts would indeed be incomparably strange when they cultivated. Once they were born, they would be as demonic as that man not far away. No, this is a cultivator from the profound Yin ghost race. I didn't expect the profound Yin ghost race to exist in the 9 provinces. The Black Bear Devil King's expression turned grave. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Profound Yin ghost race? What race is that?" The Black Bear Devil King said, "The profound Yin ghost race is said to be able to communicate with the ethereal ghost realm. They believe in the ghost immortal of the ghost realm, and this race seems to have grasped the method to open the gate to the ghost realm. Once the gate to the ghost realm is opened, countless living beings from the ghost realm will appear and cause great suffering." Lin Feng said, "When I was in the Sea of Lightning, I entered the passage to the ghost realm. If the living beings of the ghost realm want to cause chaos in the Yang realm, can't they come out from that passage?" The Black Bear Devil King said, "Of course not. Between heaven and earth, there is an order. The passage you saw is the passage from the Yang realm to the ghost realm, not the passage from the ghost realm to the Yang realm." Lin Feng understood the Black Bear Devil King's meaning. Entering the ghost realm and leaving the ghost realm were different. The Black Bear Devil King continued, "The living beings of the ghost realm can only come out from the gate to the ghost realm. This way, the living beings of the ghost realm will be supported by the laws of order of the ghost realm. At that time, when the living beings of the ghost realm appear in the Yang realm, they will not be harmed by the laws of order of the Yang realm. They can stay in the Yang realm for a long time, causing chaos in the world." Lin Feng suddenly thought of a saying. This saying was called, "Humans and ghosts walk different paths." It meant that humans and ghosts walked different paths and lived in 2 different worlds. The Yang realm had its own laws. The Yang realm had its own laws. The living went to the Yang realm. They would die. Similarly, if the living beings of the Yang realm entered the Yang realm, they would die. The ghost realm belonged to the Yang realm. If the living beings of the ghost realm entered the Yang realm, they would be killed by the laws of the Yang realm. The Black Bear Devil Lord's words also proved these rumors. However, If these creatures of the ghost realm were to receive the blessing of the Order of the Ghost Realm, that way they would be able to withstand the attacks of the laws of the mortal realm. In this way, then, he would be able to live in the mortal realm. The black bear devil monarch continued, the profound ghost race has opened the gate to the ghost realm more than once, and then the creatures of the ghost realm came out of the gate. Who knows what kind of terrifying slaughter they caused, even greater than the slaughter caused by the invasion of the heavenly demons. At that time, the land was completely scarlet, and ghosts ran amok. The world seemed to have turned into a purgatory. What benefits will the profound ghosts gain by doing this? Lin Feng frowned. The black bear devil monarch said, the ghost immortal that the profound ghost race believes in made them do this. It is said that the more people who die in vain, the stronger the resentment between heaven and earth, the stronger the ghost immortal will be. Because they are restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, the ghost immortal is unable to come out of the ghost realm. However, when their strength increases to a certain level, the ghost immortal will be able to escape. Therefore, the ghost immortal wants to continuously increase his cultivation. So he let the profound ghost race open the gate to the ghost realm and release the creatures of the ghost realm to bring calamity to the world. Of course, the profound ghost race will also benefit. The ghost immortal will descend with a powerful force, and the profound ghost race will absorb the power of the ghost immortal, causing their cultivation to greatly increase. At this time, a cold shout came from the island. We must kill him. We must not let him escape. Cultivators soared into the sky one after another. They charged towards the cultivators of the profound ghost race. There were a total of more than 20 cultivators. These cultivators were dressed in coarse clothes. If not for the fact that they were all holding magic swords, it would be easy for people to think that they were actually a group of ordinary island residents. Under the lead of an old man, more than 20 people began to besiege the cultivators of the profound ghost race. Keek. The cultivators of the profound ghost race laughed sinisterly. Your demon-sealing race has completely declined and is destined to be eliminated by history. Today, this crown prince will eat you all and then destroy your village. The cultivators of the profound ghost race charged towards the cultivators of the island. Demon-sealing sword formation. The old man shouted in a deep voice. More than 20 people joined forces and displayed a kind of powerful sword formation. Sword chi crisscrossed the void. Every sword chi was surrounded by dense runes. Streaks of sword chi slashed at the cultivators of the mysterious ghost tribe. However, the cultivator of the profound ghost race was abnormally strong. He directly broke through the sword chi and arrived in front of an island cultivator. His sharp claws pierced through the cultivator's chest. Uganda! Many people were shocked and angry, and they quickly charged towards the cultivators of the profound ghost race. The cultivator called Uganda looked down at his chest and couldn't help but laugh miserably. Then, the cultivators of the profound ghost race devoured his flesh, blood, and soul essence in an instant. His body had turned into a dried corpse. The cultivators of the profound ghost race had recovered a lot after devouring the flesh and soul essence of this cultivator. He licked his scarlet tongue and quickly dodged the attacks of the other island cultivators. Puff! The next moment, he arrived in front of a second island cultivator and pierced through his body with his sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and soul essence of the second island cultivator, it was also devoured. The cultivators of the profound ghost race were extremely terrifying. They wandered among the island cultivators, killing them and devouring their flesh, blood, and soul essence. More than 10 of the island cultivators died in the blink of an eye. Great. This is great. This feeling of becoming stronger is so comfortable. The cultivators of the profound Een ghost race let out sharp and eerie laughter. Endless ghost chi covered the sky and covered the sun. It enveloped the remaining cultivators as well. The cultivators of the profound Een ghost race wanted to wipe out the remaining island cultivators in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a dazzling sword chi tore through the ghost chi and slashed towards the cultivators of the profound Een ghost race. The cultivators of the profound Een ghost race suddenly froze. He turned around and punched out. Clang! After the cultivators of the profound Een ghost race destroyed the sword chi with a punch, he looked into the distance with his cold eyes and saw a young cultivator walking towards him. Keek, what a powerful bloodline. This crown prince can't wait to eat you. The cultivators of the profound Een ghost race laughed sinisterly. Ghost chi surged. The ghost chi covered the sky and enveloped Lin Feng, who was walking over from afar.